Oops, I forgot to do the brand. Well, we are live, and happy Father's Day, man, and happy mgtow Day, I guess. Yesterday was the Juneteenth, and today's Father's Day, so we have two back-to-back holidays. On Juneteenth was interesting. Me and BGS had talked about that years ago about making it's more synonymous of freedom, and I thought like mgtow was. MGTOW International MGTOW Day should have been on Juneteenth, and it would be as it's more synonymous of freedom from that kind of oppression. But we'll probably never see a MGTOW Day or a Happy Bachelor Day. So the closest thing you get is a Happy Father's Day for the 45 million or so divorced fathers out there. Happy Father's Day. You'll probably get a letter notice from Child Support Services and telling you what a bad person you are, and you probably won't be able to see your kids. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way things go in America. It's funny how they always the father is so important for the kid's health and development, but they do everything to screw that up. How you doing, Joey?
Hey, how you doing? Happy Father's Day, Joe. Doing all right?
Doing okay? Good. Yeah, it's a long day today for me. We took a ride to the other side of Cleveland and got some stuff and stopped, got something to eat, and then I went into a sugar coma for about 4 hours.
Wow.
I did stop at Dairy Queen and got a malt that was delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot.
Were you full when you ate it? When you had the malt, how were you feeling?
Oh, yeah, it was sugary. It was real sugary, and
yeah. I find those go down better when I'm on an empty stomach.
Yeah. Like we always stop after we get something to eat instead of getting dessert at the restaurant, which usually sucks. We'll stop at Dairy Queen and get a cone or something. That way we can sit around outside and watch things.
Yeah. What did you observe anything interesting out there today?
What's that?
Did you observe anything interesting out there?
No, there was a lot of baby mama, a lot of mamas picking up cakes at the Dairy Queen. Them things were flying off the, them things were flying out of the Dairy Queen. Them ice cream cakes.
Yeah,
they are delicious. If you ever had a slice of ice cream cake, it's like, damn. but I guess that's was in celebration of the holidays, I guess, and ice cream cakes. That's.
Yeah, the Hoka special.
The Hoka special, yeah. Yeah, the Father's Day cake shows a bachelor, just doing what he wants, and then it says, "Remember these days." But that's life in America.
Yeah.
Hello, Brissy Boy. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Jigsaw. And hello, Last Star Guy. Happy Father's Day, especially for those fathers who got shitty deals. And yeah, let's show that one. Yeah. And can't see their kids. Most fathers nowadays, most fathers are separated fathers. And what father means is Pator in German. It develops from the Germanic or the Middle German, I suppose. And it means payor. That's like a payer system, like an ATM. That's all you are. I mean, father is a social concept that should be better constructed, but nobody wants to take on that job, and anything you can take away with the stroke of a pen is not real.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here. Hopefully, we can help people, avoid the pitfalls, right, and lies.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, imagine a perfect world. I guess that would work out great in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world. We live in the world we have to live in, and humans make it worse.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
We
did
talk
watch
about it
it.
here. It's a predatory world,
Yeah, it's a
unfortunately.
predatory world, but I did get to watch Cranksworth today, or all weekend. I watched Cranksworth, and that's always fun. That's the mountain bike riding, and I was a little disappointed on the field. Uh, no Canadians were in the field, which Canadians have the best MTB riders in the world because they have the best trails in the world. But Finn Isles did take second, and Rogatkin took second, and he's a rider out of California. I thought he got screwed because of the judging was very nationalistic.
Mhm.
But that's what you can kind of expect that, and you've been watching sports long enough to know in any international event that it's going to be the the riders from that country will get a slight edge. That's boxing. That's international. Any international sports, I suppose. And that's judged. You ever watch the Olympics and watch the judging in the Olympics and wonder, like, Jesus, that's
Oh, I know. It's like, remember Roy Jones Jr.? He got screwed on a. Oh,
yeah.
he was the one that stood out the most. I remember watching that fight.
Was that the one with the Australian guy
The South Korean guy. It was in
the
South
South
Korea.
the South
What was
Korean
that?
guy?
92? Yeah, what was that? 92?
Hmm.
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I think it was 92. I want to say. I want to say 92.
Yeah, yeah. I remember watching the Australian boxing match. It was a fighter from
Yeah.
Australia, and he got screwed so bad, and it was like he clearly won. Oh, we were all pretty good at scoring at that time, and we all had him up by like a few points, and it's like he clearly got screwed by the judges.
Yeah, it was 88. Roy Jones Jr. was 88. I remember watching that fight, and like Roy Jones Jr. just put on a clinic.
Yeah,
He like destroyed this guy, and like he didn't knock him out, but he like won. It was like a total. He destroyed him. Like it's so obvious that he won, and then you should see the look on his face when he when they when they said the other guy won, and
yeah,
it's like that's like kind of a red pill moment. It's like what's going on here? Like
yeah,
that's the corruption of the world we live in with these judges. These
yeah.
judges are pieces of
Most
shit, man.
judges, yeah.
Sorry, they are. They are all
Think
of them.
about the bias that can be introduced in the judging systems, and that's from divorce courts to criminal courts to judging in sports, because it's all the same thing, isn't it? You're judging on the preconceived biases or the knowledge that you have of a situation, and if that knowledge isn't very great, or you're losing your marbles, or something's wrong, or you're having a bad day, or you're just rooting for some one guy against another, which is, in a criminal court system, you root for the prosecutors. you know, I mean, when you think about the corruption of the judging system and criminal court system, who the prosecutor and even the defense attorney works for the judge. He's eventually trying to be the judge. So, so how do you think that's going to work out for you?
So corrupt. I mean, I think that's as important of an idea that we put forth there is this corruption in the legal system.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's a lot of corruption and a lot of
yeah, yeah, and payoff, bribery, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it does exist. You
yeah,
can't be
yeah.
naive and think it doesn't because it does.
We
I'm going
look
through it right now.
we can look at the kids for cash system in Pennsylvania there a few years ago, and see how the judges were sending the kids to juvenile court and to youth prisons and they were getting kickbacks. Now you think about the divorce system, you think about any system that or daddies for cash, and the judges get kickbacks on all that stuff, and in certain forms, in certain ways, how it comes is usually pretty innocuous, but it's the same system, and it's easily corrupted and biased.
Yeah, yeah, and they're always leaning. They're always going to benefit women. I mean,
Right.
I'm going through it now with the property. Yeah, this property on women.
It's a gynocentric system, and
yeah, oh yeah, yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible. And then the more knowledge you get, you just kind of understand you got to avoid all these situations. You got to try to plan ahead, and it's just hard because where are you gonna start, right? You have to start somewhere with mgtow, and and it's really hard to start before age 18, right? With all the the way the public school system's set up and all the
right. Yeah, it's everything you see is it's based on that fantasy fiction life that you build in the kids' minds when they're young, and then when that doesn't work out, it's you just got one more step before you can make it. One more step, and there's always one more step,
Yeah. Well, I thought because some people think mgtow is a transition group, and it's totally ridiculous. But what are you going to transition to? But anyway, where are
you going to transition to? Yeah.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? But it's the whole thing.
You could say a Maslow's hierarchy. You're transitioning to this magic place on the top of what do they call that? On the top section, that triangle.
Yeah.
Self-actualization.
Yeah.
That's such a stupid idea. It's like, man, I've self-actualized. Can you just see it on me, Joey? Can you see the glow of self-actualization on me?
Yeah. You're the best slave. That's what it is.
Right. You've learned to accept the world and the harsh conditions that there are within the limitations of slavery and greed and corruption, and that's what self-actualization is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll tell you, that's where I'm at with I'm ready to sell everything, I think, because I don't want to go partners with the government. I got to go think about it. You buy a piece of property, you go partners with the government.
Yeah, you're going partners with the government.
Yeah, insurance company.
Right.
Government, insurance company, and bank in most cases, right?
Unless you buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the three most corrupt institutions around.
Yeah, how do you think you're going to fare in that transaction?
Right. Why do you want to go partners with them? And people still justify it. People still
justify, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the stupidest thing in the world. I think owning property is
right. It's a system of racketeering where they have these systems which are supposed to assist you through these difficulties of life, which are not real. And if it wasn't for the system, the difficulties would not exist. You would just build your house, you'd live in it, your family or your kids or whoever's after you will live in that house, and somebody else will live in that house until the house falls apart, and no one else would have claim on that. It would be your house. Your house is not encumbrance after you pay it off, but they keep it encumbrance so they can make it legal within the taxation system to continue taxing you and continue, even if it's paid off. But logically, it's no longer encumbrance. It's just like a piece of cloth. It's like your shirt, taxing you on a shirt. And they will use the cash value in it against you.
Yeah, and that's why I'd say go find a good roommate. That's a stand-up person, and those are getting harder and harder to find, like those type of people.
Right.
But
those kind of people,
you room with them, and you save the money, and that way you can retire early. You don't kill yourself. You don't work. I like the idea of doing part-time. Just do part-time job just to cover your bills, and then like for myself, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't chase whores anymore or strippers. I just say strippers. Sorry,
strippers.
I don't chase strippers anymore. I wasn't really hell bent on it. I was just kind of like in that blue pill world, but I don't do any of that stuff now. So I don't spend any money pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't spend any money. So pretty much it doesn't take a lot for me to get by. So I can just do a low stress job and have a good life that way instead of doing it the other way I was doing with corporate work, which is a total. I definitely don't recommend anyone do any corporate work, because you're just treated like a piece of crap,
Right. Yeah.
But you have to make adjustments to what's going on around you.
Yeah. You're a meat machine, like Varnicket would say. You're just a meat machine.
A meat, say meat.
A meat. Yeah. A meat machine.
Yeah, meat with a T. Yeah, sure. That's what he said. What Breakfast of Champions? Or?
Breakfast of Champions. Yeah. Right. It's a very good book. You read Breakfast of Champions, and that's
I heard of it. No,
that's an
he used to.
eye-opening book.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta check that out. I don't read as much as I used to, but I need to get back into reading more.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fictional books are always going to be better too, because the thing is, the nonfiction work is you don't even know the history has been altered. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you're better off just reading fictional work.
Yeah. Varnicket introduces ideas, and most people just flybys on, and the idea of it. And in that book, the idea that was the idea of God and what he was, and it wasn't what everybody thought he was, and and the salesman, I can't remember the salesman's name, and he was a.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, the salesman.
Klingler, was it? Klingler was God.
King Lord Trout.
Yeah, was that God, or was is in that one at the end?
Trout Trout. Oh, the businessman is Hoover.
Hoover was the businessman. He was a simp.
Yeah.
And yeah, I should really go over that again, because I haven't read that book I haven't read it in context of my mgtow context now, about putting it in context of mgtow, so I can see what Varnicket was really saying in the context of truth.
Yeah, what was his main thing, you think, for that?
Oh God, it would be such a long time since I read that. I read it like 2 or 3 times, because it was such a complex book. Thought wise, he jumps around in it, and he talks about the slavery and people being meat machines, and I guess that's his idea. Like, now we have machines to do jobs, and we have meat machines to do jobs and stuff like that. That's what he calls people. And there's much more to it, I suppose, but maybe be a project this week. I'll just sit down and reread that book in a mgtow contents.
Yeah. They don't have these books in high school English class. They give you all this garbage like Catcher in the Rye and
Catcher in the Rye. What a horrible book that is too, huh?
all these like books that they're not giving you anything with any substance. Like, what's Catcher in the Rye? It's like whatever. It's like come on, give me a break. What were the other one like?
I think
King Arthur's Court. All these. That was the one.
Dean, he'll fight for you and die. And
the
woman was cheating on the other guy, the king, with the knight, and it was like, oh man, this is something I want to read.
Like Holden Caulfield, he was just this angry little brat,
Yeah.
Get a job, Holden. It's like, seriously.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know. You got to question all the books that the public schools were putting out there, right? Because they're just more that plays into their agenda. Like, it's like, give me a break.
Right. I wonder if Varnicket is banned.
Yeah.
I think he introduced.
It probably is.
Yeah, I think he introduces the idea of Buchananism too, about the slave that was coming over and he got knocked off the ship or something, and he ended up in just kind of starting a new religion that says, I just do what comes to me that day. And it's the idea of living in the moment. If someone comes and asks you, like, hey, you want to go with me today? And you go, yeah. See what happens. You just get, it's about flow. There's a certain idea of flow, when your life starts flowing and it flows in a natural manner, that things will go better. And I find that to be true,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, you ever get in like going to work on the highway, and when things start flowing, and you
Oh,
just it's like, oh yeah, if things are just flowing right, you're in the right spot, you're going to get there on time. There's no pressure. It just feels right. And then some days things are like, ugh. Everything's going wrong. Your coffee spills. It's like,
yeah.
yeah,
I, yeah. Well, I do notice like these bigger cities, man. It's like it's a jungle. Talk about a jungle,
yeah.
and it's like people are losing their humanity in these bigger cities. I don't think it's a good place to be.
Oh yeah, just read the news for one day.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good place to be. I mean, I lived in LA, I lived in Vegas. I mean, I traveled the country like across country like 10 times, and it's like I just noticed that living. I like the smaller cities better, or small. Well, not even. I like if you can get into a town, it's even better, like a smaller town, and
Yeah,
you want to have access to some stuff. I think I don't think it's good living. Like I drove through Kansas recently, and you get these little towns in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I think it'd drive me crazy after about a few weeks. You know, but I noticed they're more like people seem like more peaceful. Like they're
yeah.
not crazy. They don't act as crazy. I just
Right. If there's the right amount of industry in the town where people have jobs and everybody's kind of just going with it and everything, then everything works out fine in America. I mean, when you go through towns like what's that, Indiana town, murder capital of the world,
Indianapolis, or you're talking about Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana. Yeah, you go through when there's not enough work and there seems to be classism and there's
Oh, right.
and that's probably not a very. I think we talk about the human condition when we talk about stuff like that, and we get into the human condition, and we have to start talking about them workers of iniquity. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's another book I'd like to read too, The Human Condition with Hannah Ardant. Uh, kind of go over it again in a
What is
meet.
it?
Hannah Ardant with the human condition.
Political science. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, and
Honor, she looked like she got a lot of dates in her day.
yeah, she was a journalist for the New York Times, I think, and they sent her over to. She covered
Okay.
the Eichmann trials, and she has a certain philosophy. I think she's the only female philosopher I would sort of tend to.
Bard College. She's in Bard College. I used to live out there. I used to live out there.
She went to what
That
college?
area. Bard College.
Bar College?
Bard College.
Okay.
Yeah. That's in
Yeah.
near Kingston, I think. Yeah, I used to live out that way. Pretty
Yeah.
nice area.
But she gives the idea of uh, of the workers of iniquity, and you can look at your governments, and you can look at it's the in the way she was describing it was Eichmann was being tried, and she says you're putting Eichmann on trial, and it wasn't Eichmann, it was the 30,000 people that stamped the stamps and moved the paperwork along, and that went from the train driver to the 30,000 little secretaries, and they're all as guilty as Eichmann was. So how can you do that? How can you killing Eichmann was just to make a bunch of angry people feel better about their existence. There was no purpose to it.
Yeah.
It was the system that was horrible, and every one of those people that stamped a stamp and moved the paperwork along, they were guilty of the same crime.
Yeah, it's a system. You're just the way it's all set up. These institutions. I
Right.
mean, that's what we're attacking pretty much is these
Right.
institutions.
When we look at homelessness now and everything, we see how horrible the system is, and they stamp the stamps and they take the money and they take their pay. And there's always the workers of iniquity making, we talked about, the triangle of, what was it? The social fact, the people, when the money should be going straight to the homeless, it's getting ate up by the people in the system, and they're causing more homelessness. The government causes more homelessness than drugs or alcohol or mental illness or poverty. It's the government that's guilty of homelessness.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like the house I grew up in. I made a decision to sell it because I didn't want to pay 10,000 a year in insurance, taxes. You get me? I
Yeah,
didn't want to pay the money. It's too
yeah.
much money. I mean,
Here's a good story. Here's a good story. They got $2 billion in LA for the last year to fight homelessness with. They built 1,726 houses. Out of that $2 billion, they claimed that each house cost each apartments that they built. They claimed cost $770,000.
wow, that's crazy. These
That's
people are
crazy.
crazy, and they'll pay for it too. They don't
Yeah,
care.
now there's the workers of iniquity. They're eating away at that, and the whole system just ate away at it, and probably 10% of the actual money, which I can see in LA, maybe it costs $77,000 for a unit. Here, it would probably cost you $40,000. When we build apartments and everything, it's $40,000 per unit right now. It costs to build a unit, and
Yeah,
that's a two-bedroom apartment. Uh, So yeah, I say, give me that they're proposing another $8 million in California this year. Give me that $8 million, and I'll build you 125,000 apartments.
yeah, yeah.
And they won't cost $770,000, but that's the corrupt system. That's we talk about that in mgtow. We talk about the divorce system, how it works with the Health and Human Service Department, and how we're paying those people, and the money's not going straight across to the impoverished and the poor anymore, and it's not. And then they blame the poor, as we have this system of altruism that just we've got a $14 trillion system of altruism that, I mean, if anybody goes a day without a meal in America, somebody from the government should be shot. But
Yeah, and then corporations get away with treating their employees like crap because they know it's almost like they got these employees in a vice. Like it's
yeah,
like you're gonna lose your house if you don't kick the boss's ass, or if you don't if you're not if you don't save up well enough.
yeah, you gotta what would they call that? You gotta placate the ego of people around you,
Yeah,
and
what a terrible way to live. What a terrible
yeah,
way to
what a
live.
terrible way to live, because stories and get told, and myths get told, and people lie, and you have all these horrible things within the traits of human personality, uh, and all those things play out in those situations, and they're horrible, horrible little stories that each one of them probably make a horrible little movie.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God.
We just gotta find. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's like, you've lived through all those little things and that office
Oh
politics,
yeah,
and
I'm sick of it. Yeah, I've had enough. I just don't. Yeah,
oh
because I'm not gonna get in a shouting match with a shitty manager. So I'm just not gonna
right,
bother. I'll just play the game and then just look for another job. I mean, I wouldn't recommend people quit. I've quit a lot of jobs in my life,
look at that
but I
thing that,
should have transitioned out of them better. That's the mistake I
yeah,
made, is not transition. What the thing to do is just transition out of those situations and just get
yeah,
another job, just apply for a new
yeah,
job,
yeah,
and just
look
be
at,
patient with the whole process because it might take a while. It might take a while to get another job.
yeah, just do what you can, and yeah, look at how people are out there, and I mean,
Terrible, predatory is what comes to mind.
predatory, yeah. Well, did you read the story this
Absolutely.
morning about they had the gay parade down somewhere? I can't remember, St. Louis or something, of wherever it was, and then somebody drove into the crowd this morning.
Really? Today?
Yeah, so
I'm going to St. Louis tomorrow. Actually, I'm just driving through the Midwest. But
yeah,
what's
no, it
going
was.
on? Really? Ah, shit. I got to deal with that shit tomorrow.
Yeah, you would think that it was a gay basher or somebody that hates, and it wasn't. You know what it was? It was the guy that was in the car was in the same gay men's choir as the guy he ran over, and he drove into the crowd and hurt 10 other people at that point. But it was a beef because somebody did something in the choir. That's the way people are. And,
yeah, it's insane. They're stressed out of their minds. Everyone's like, it seems not everyone, but it seems like the bigger
yeah.
cities are stressed out of
Now,
their
when
minds.
you first start reading the narrative on that, you're thinking, "Oh man, it's just another gay basher. They just hate gay people and everything." And then you start reading, like it does the flip flop on you, and you realize that, man, all people are like that. All people are petty and jealous, and they got these
Absolutely.
dark traits, and I mean, that's why MGTOWs are the best, because we do our introspections, and we try to
Yeah.
we sweep our, when we say we sweep our side of the street, we really do work on being better people,
Yeah. Yeah.
getting rid of petty jealousies, and coming to truths in life, and them sort of things. When you come to a truth, what you do is you start aligning with the world the way the world is, and it makes you a better person.
Yeah, and you don't take shit from people, and you just kind of you don't have to be rude about it, but you just hold firm to your beliefs, and
Yeah, hold firm to your beliefs, and
yeah, you
Hank,
don't have to take. Yeah, you just.
Hank
Yeah.
says hello.
Oh yeah, thanks to me and man. Is he coming on today? Uh,
Yeah, does he ever come
no,
on?
but I don't think he's ever come on.
I don't think so.
Maybe Black Wolf come on later or something. But RP, I invited RP to come out. I don't know if
Did you kind of did you
he's
send the
not
link
coming.
to him?
Yeah, no, he should have the link. It's on the Hangouts.
You said SFM was around yesterday, did you?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I talked to him for a little bit. Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you?
he's
How's
around.
he doing?
He's doing good. He's doing good. Yeah,
Is he good?
yeah, he's hanging in there. I think he's going through some, kind of, I don't know. He's trying to find, I guess, I don't know, purpose, more. I don't know. I don't know. We didn't really talk too long, but he's just kind of frustrated with things, because the
Yeah,
way. I think it's the predator. I mean, we didn't get in. We talked for like 5 or 10 minutes, or maybe, but to me, I got the sense just because he's red pill and
yeah.
he has a lot more knowledge about how things work. That's the thing. When you figure out how things really work, it's like really kind of disgusting, and
Mm-hmm.
it can get frustrating. But you just got to try to find something that keeps you happy. Like, and
Right.
and he wasn't buying into it, but I was. To me, that's what I do. I try to find out. Like I went to the Grand Canyon. I saw Hoka jump Grand Canyon.
Did you see Luca jump to Grand Canyon? Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I went there to just visit. Like I was driving back, and I from LA, and I said,
Did
let
he?
me just stop at a Grand Canyon. And in Hoka, I didn't even know that he was going to jump it. Like I didn't. It was just back. It was just a coincidence.
Did he jump it on like a 26-inch bike, like kid's bike?
I couldn't believe it. It was like a little moped.
A little moped.
Yeah, yeah. So the thing is, like, so I was telling him, well, when you get in those situations, I think we all kind of do from time to time, and is like you kind of like, well, what's the purpose of this whole thing? And like, hey, just for me, just going to the Grand Canyon for the day kind
Yeah.
of gave me like a lot of enjoyment in life, right? It's like it doesn't have to have, like, life doesn't have to have meaning, right? It really doesn't. You just kind of just enjoy. Well, what do you enjoy to do? Like, what do you enjoy?
Yeah. What do you
What do
enjoy?
you want? Yeah,
Yeah.
what do you want out of life? What do you enjoy? It's I'm not trying to knock on SFM. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
it was like I'm trying to, yeah, just yeah. It's like I think he's frustrated with things. I think, and but he'll snap out of it. He's a smart guy.
You go through a lot of
Yeah.
different things, which in your life, and I was a lot of different things in my
Yeah.
careers, it's like your purpose, like you said. And I think if he's searching for his purpose, he's searching for that flow. Find something you like doing that you do good, and then it starts flowing, and then you find your purpose, what you're supposed to be doing in this
I think
world.
what I sense with him is like, 'cause he's really smart, and I think what I sensed was that he's just frustrated being around in a world full of
Yeah,
full of idiots. I think that's
right. Yeah.
which
Sometimes
I
you
go
can
through that
pick
sometimes.
a,
Not that I'm
sometimes,
super smart, but I feel like the people around me are so predatorial. Like, you know what I mean? Their attitude is like they just want to take your eyeballs out.
right. Yeah. Sometimes you can pick something that you feel you're smart enough to do, but it just might not be what you're supposed to be doing. Like, I went through electrician and that and millwright and, counselor and to philosopher to, it's like, and I still don't think I've really found my purpose in life, what I'm supposed to be doing. It's just, but you're gonna go through that. And Wininger talked about that, about knowing when to end something. That this you ask yourself, did I win? Did I lose? You can accept you winning, losing, but the end answer is that there's closure to it, and then I have to move on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm facing that with the property I own with my sisters. I mean, I tried everything I could, and they just don't listen. They're just typical women.
Yeah.
They don't have any value for anything. They no they have no honor. They have no like. They just want the money, and and they're just but they have no idea. Like they'll take the money and they'll just buy like a mink coat, or they'll
Right.
buy
Yeah.
like a pair of $2,000 boots. It's like they're not. You know what I mean? They're just like, it's just so, it drives me crazy. So I just said, forget it. I'm done. I
Right.
said, just walk away. And it's funny. They want to sell the property, and they haven't done 1 ounce of work to actually make it a marketable piece of property, and make sure the pictures are good on the realtor.com or whatever. They don't do any work. They don't do any work to try to pick up a couple bucks, fix a couple things, and you may pick up an extra 20, 30 grand when
Yeah.
you sell it. Like they
Well,
don't want to do any work, but they just want the money. They want the benefits, because what it is, they don't do any work. Women don't value money. They don't value. They don't. Or they don't value money, and they don't understand how hard it is to make money, because everything comes easy to them. Everything's easy for them.
yeah, that's what you're there for. You're the male. You're supposed to make it all happen, and then you
Right. Right.
shower money down and
They reap the benefit. They want to reap the benefits.
benefit. Yeah.
And I'm done. I don't want to. You never go into a partnership with a woman under no circumstance. I inherited the situation, and I should have just ended it right away. As soon as instead of letting it drag on for 10 years, and it was just so annoying. All I ended up doing was making them money, and whatever. The point is, like, you got to understand these situations that you're in, and not be, because when you start feeling stress, that's your mind and body telling you, hey, you better, think about what's going on here and try to make an adjustment
Yeah.
somewhere, I think.
Yeah. Stress is your body telling you that something's wrong.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, I'm a great salesman, but I don't fit into the corporate world anymore, because I don't like the politics. I don't like the BS. And quite frankly, the people above me are not better at selling than me. They're not as good. And they like love my utility, but so I just had to move on. I think I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Just gonna
Yeah.
do something else.
Whatever, think, re-examine, do the self-introspection, re-examine yourself, and what do I like? What do I like doing? What makes me happy? And can I manifest this into the real world?
Yeah, you got to tap into your creativity. I think that's
Yeah.
where.
Can I manifest it? Can I
Right.
make it happen? And that's the hard part. Something, knowing how to make things happen, and you'll learn. And sometimes it's just asking. The story I tell about the waitress, and we're going through some other country or something, and the waitress says, "What do you want?" And I said, "I don't know. What can I have?" And she says, "You can have anything you want. Just ask."
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought, "Oh, how true. Sometimes you just have to ask."
Yeah. Yeah. You got to stick your neck out sometimes, and but sometimes it just takes one good idea to kind of get you going.
Right. Yeah. You don't know what a good idea is until you bounce things off the wall and do some examinations and observations. See, and could work. Might not work. Knowing when things, that's the thing. Most people will beat a dead horse and stay with something that's not working. And knowing when to stop things is a far better manly quality than any other quality there is. Is knowing when to say no, when to stop it, when to move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Knowing when it's over.
But he was just not buying into Camus' idea of imagine yourself being happy. But I like it. I like that Camus idea.
I like that idea. Yeah, it's our little fantasy fiction little boat, but it's more
right.
It's more based in reality because it's by cause. I imagine myself happy by cause because people are so freaking weird. So all I can do is
they're predatory.
Yeah, I could just
They're predatory. Like all women are. Yeah, they're predatory. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I think.
Sometimes
I
I mean
mean,
you're just
especially
filled with a whole room of the people that are awful people, and what can you do? Just smile, imagine yourself happy.
yeah, and I like the idea of saying no to situations that you're not comfortable with, and
Right.
I'm trying to think if I got like a recent situation. I forget. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
MGTOW
like people.
is the
Yeah,
personification of no. No is the most important word for MGTOW, to know when to stop things.
I think so. Yeah, I was telling RP about that. Like I think he agreed with me. No, we thought no was because you're just not going to be. I'm going to say no to being a slave. Or like that's a big one, right? That's a
Right.
big
Yeah.
idea.
No, that's
Um,
not gonna happen.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're not going to talk to me that way, and
Right.
I don't care who you are, and
Yeah.
yeah,
When I start doing things like that, it's like I used to take it all the time at work, and then the first time I just put my tools down and says no. Who do you think you're talking to?
that's
Look
right.
at
That's
you,
right.
just look at me, and and you say don't do that again. No, I'm not that thing that you're gonna that thing that you think I am. Uh, and say no, and then that's that, most of the time you're going to come out of that looking with much more respect than if you just kowtowed or cowered to it.
Yeah,
Changed
yeah,
my it changed my world in a short period of time.
hmm yeah. No, it's good. At what age did you discover that? You think? Would you say?
Oh man, I think I was in my late 30s. Is like
Yeah.
when things started stressing, and it's just like I was. It came to a point where I had to be unwilling to play those games anymore, or else I was just going to pop. And
Mhm.
and then afterwards, I went through my low period, uh, and then came out of it, and I started incorporating that again because I remembered it being one thing that really made me feel good and really worked for me. And then I started incorporating that into a lot of things, and just say no and
Yeah. Healthy boundaries, I guess. And,
healthy boundaries. And a lot of times people would persist and persist and persist. Like I would start jobs. I would do like someone would be like, Joe, you got to do this job for me. You have to do this. And then I would say, okay, I'll be there at 9. And I just wouldn't show up. And that was my way of saying no. Like if when I say no, it means no.
who would tell you to do that? The employer?
Yeah, the people they would
Or who?
call me, and then it would be like I'm searching for space. I'm going through a difficult time right now, and it's like, and I can't really do it. And then they would, no, you have to. It's like no, and okay, it became easier just to lie to them and say, okay, I'll be there at 9, and then not
And then
show up.
yeah. Well, it's like I had a friend who totally kind of screwed me, right? Recently, I was supposed to move in with him, and he's with this or this crazy girlfriend, and he's like, you know what? I'm done with him,
Yeah,
and like, I'm just done. I'm not even gonna return his calls, or I'm done. I just
in a way,
can't.
you did the same thing when he called you, just like placate it, and then oh yeah, sure, we'll do that. Yes, we'll do that, and then just not be there. It's just at a certain time, you just have to do that with people.
Well, they'll tell you you're being rude. Oh, you're being
Yeah,
rude.
you're being rude. And, well,
That's
no,
what they tell you.
I
Right.
told you that this is the way it was. And I always start my sentences with clear, concise, like answers to people's questions, and then they persist. And then after they persist, it's all on them. It's 100% on them. I didn't lie. I told you from the antecedent, from the question, what it was going to be. It was no, and then they persist, like they're gonna con you into it, or they're gonna force you into it, or like, them things are all are by what I call by what's the word I use for them when something means by bad means. People are trying to get you to do something by bad means. And if they want to persist in that, they can do that all day. And I'm just not going to do what you want me to do. I will agree to do it too. After that point, you have the right to lie. And you're not really lying because you already gave the answer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good way to go about life. You just have that confidence to
Yeah,
know that
or yeah, people try to obtain things by foul means,
yeah, yeah,
and
exactly. Well, it's
and
predatory. That
yeah,
serves
it's predatory. And at that point,
yeah.
it's just there's just no use. It's like how you deal with a woman. Just yeah, sure, baby, right, you're right, and you know you're lying, but
Mhm.
but at that point, she was just trying to use coercive means to get something.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I mean that's what you got to avoid those situations. Like these fathers, I feel bad for them that they're in these situations and they got they got children and they got the wife, women, baby mom or whatever, right? And but that's the thing, you don't get into those conversations with the woman anymore. You just kind of
Right.
if you have to get an attorney, then get an attorney. It's unfortunate if you got to pay for an attorney. You want to try to avoid that, but sometimes you got to pay a retainer and get a attorney just to keep her
Right.
off your back, or get a restraining order. But you don't have to have those conversations with her if
Yeah, you
she's
don't have to
making
have
you
those
uncomfortable.
conversations.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I haven't been in those situations, but I know when there's children involved, it gets a little tricky.
Right.
But I would say, what's the default position for MGTOW? We're not even gonna really rate it. We're not fathers anyway, right? So
Right. Yeah. You just
like what would be your advice to that? I guess because this show is important for those men that maybe are
yeah
going,
for
they have a baby.
those things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like they got a divorce and they got 2 or 3 kids or even one child or whatever. Like, what would you say? What would be the strategy if the woman's a real nutcase?
Right. You just placate it and do the same thing. You realize that she's trying to be coercive and cunning, and at that point, whatever you say to make that end as fast as it can, it doesn't matter because and they'll say, oh well, you lied or you did this. It's like no, you just didn't hear the one word that was important, and that was no.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
be very
I'm in a
decisive.
weird situation.
Yeah, be very decisive.
Yeah,
We're most of the time we're very decisive in our answers. If someone asks you something and you'll give them the answer within 5 words, and it's like it goes right in and out. It's a flyby on them,
yeah,
and it's like wow, I can't believe people are like that. It's like I just gave you the answer, and I know you don't like it. It's an unfriendly truth that that's going to be that way, but that's the way it is. But they'll try to con you. They'll try to manipulate you. They'll try to do all those things, and that's on them afterwards. That's 100% on them.
mhm, yeah. I know I got my enemies out there. I know that. Like, because you know what, I'm a nice guy and everything, but boy, these guys, some of these people I worked with, like they're not as talented as me, and like they talk a lot of shit, and it's like, hey, you know what, whatever. I had to get an attorney for a couple things, and I, I would love to be there when I see the look on their face, when they got those letters from the attorneys. It's like, hey, you did it to yourself, It's like, I mean, I'm trying to find a nice way of going about this, not have to, you know, do something that's not, that's going to throw the other something. I'll do it the legal way and we'll play it that way, But but sometimes they just get carried away, But yeah, if you're in those toxic situations, man, you just gotta
Right. That's what they are. They're toxic
get away.
situations, and
Right,
they'll-
right.
I mean, they'll say men are toxic and everything, but that's just
Yeah.
the microaggressions they show towards us and everything. But when you think about what they really do to us, it's like, man,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You gotta, if you have to get an attorney, then whatever. If you got to protect yourself, that like there's always an out, right? There's always outs. You always have options in life. You
yeah,
know,
it's always
I
out.
hate, yeah, I hate spending. I hate spending. Okay, so if you can't afford an attorney, one of the things to think about is go to like the college, like the law school near your area, and then say, hey, I'm in a situation here, I can't afford an attorney, and then maybe
Right.
get some law students that will help you. There's always options. You got to be creative. I
Yeah,
think
you
that's the
can
most.
always get an
Yeah,
advocate too. Just because you
yeah,
can't afford an attorney, you can
yeah.
get a judicial advocate, which is
Right.
usually and they're probably pretty smart. I used to use a woman. She was what do you call those? They work for the lawyers. And she was a judicial advocate too. And when there was paperwork or stuff like that, she would just help me fill it out and everything. And she was very smart at it. And it was like, yeah, we usually work that because that's all they're doing. The lawyers aren't doing most of the work anyways.
Yeah, they want people to argue. They want people to.
Yeah, they want to develop.
Those,
they want the
yeah,
argument to go farther so they can charge more.
they can charge more. But the thing is, yeah. So if you have to protect yourself, don't be afraid to get an attorney. But better move is probably just to walk away and don't spend any money and just ignore everybody. Go golf. Was that called going golf? Like explain going golf.
Yeah. If you can do that too, and just ignore them and say, "I gave you my answer."
Yeah, going golf. Yeah, well, explain going golf to me again. I get confused sometimes with that.
Galt is it's just like moving out of like you can go galt. You don't have to move to like some cabin in the woods or something. We used to laugh about that. You just start cutting those bad influences in your life, and get an area that you feel comfortable in, and just move away from society and all those. You move away from the construct is what you're moving away from, and once you free yourself from all that garbage thinking, you can actually incorporate better thinking, and you can go golf in the middle of a city as long as you're not introducing craziness into your life. I mean, you're just what the actual thing is. You're just making space for you. That's private space.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
it don't have to be in Montana, 50 miles away from the nearest person.
Yeah. I mean, you need resources for that
because I still like getting donuts once in a while.
I haven't had Dunkin' Donuts in like 8 months.
Yeah, we don't have it.
I used to love those Boston cream donuts. Oh my god.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. The convenience store used to have the donut section where they brought the fresh donuts in.
Yeah,
and they don't do that no more. So we don't have a donut shop in our town. Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, that is weird. That'd be a good maybe.
We don't have a Chinese restaurant. We don't have a donut shop. We don't have a carry out Chinese where you can order Chinese.
Wow.
We don't have a Japanese restaurant or any. All we have around here, we have one store. We have a Burger King. We have a Subway. And we have a convenience store that doesn't carry fucking donuts.
Wow. You have a London restaurant that represents the UK?
Well, we have a London fish and chips. Yeah, that's where everybody goes, and we show our 6-packs off.
Yeah. Well, they're known for their food and great weather. That's for sure.
Yes, welcome to sunny Lorain, Ohio, where all the women are beautiful and all the men are masculine.
Yeah. I was looking at that, Lorain. It's not far from you're only like 30 miles from Cleveland, right? You're not that far.
Yeah, I'm about 30 to 40 miles outside of Cleveland, and it gets very rural. The great thing about a town like this is you go that way and you start getting into the Cleveland suburbs and then going into Cleveland. So you have that choice if you want to go east, or you can go west and it gets very rural, like within miles. You start seeing cornfields and barns and cornfields and open space and woods. So you have the choice between the two. Every day you can make your choice.
You should have seen the roads in Kansas. Like talk about open fields. Holy mackerel! I sent you those pictures of the Hoka.
The train and the Hoka was running the train down.
Yeah, and. Well, it was so peaceful though, just driving on the road and like there's not a lot of cars and you're just driving through the middle of the country. It's like that was like I had a really good moment there where I was like, man, this
is Kansas still rather treeless, or is there trees? Have they fixed that problem, or in 40 years they should have fixed that problem with the trees?
There's not much going on there. I don't know. I didn't really notice a lot of trees. I drove by a big cattle farm. Like,
okay, see, that's the problem.
The cattle, if not thousands, there was. I don't know if there were thousands, but there are hundreds for sure. But
the problem with the Dust Bowl is people in Kansas cut all the trees down for farming, and it's like Ethiopia cut out. Now they wonder why they're in a blight. No, you have to plant trees to
I
keep the
tell you, the
dirt.
people are really nice though in
Yeah,
Kansas, like Midwest, like Iowa, Kansas. Like I drove
Iowa,
Iowa.
Kansas. How is the
Yeah,
attitude? The attitude's good
good.
and friendly
Oh,
and
friendly, very friendly.
oh, cool, cool. That's
Kansas is very friendly, and gas is cheap, a little cheaper than the
yeah,
West Coast.
yeah.
Uh,
I bet you it is because they're going on that system
yeah, it's
between the
good
new.
out here. I'm telling you, this is. Yeah, I noticed Kansas, like Kansas City. It's like a really good spot, man. It's like pretty nice. Yeah, everyone's really, really friendly. It's just part of the culture. If you're a dick in this city, you're like F you. Like they don't like you know what I mean? They're like
Yeah,
they
like,
like
we
they don't
already
like
got
that
one.
rude shit. Yeah, that rude stuff doesn't fly around here. Like
Yeah,
no
we
way.
already got one dick, and that job was filled. So you got to be a nice
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, it's so different. Well, upstate New York is kind of like, but Albany is an awful city, though. It's just awful. I mean, I
Albany,
grew up.
yeah,
Yeah, I went to school there, and I grew up in that area because we have too many New York City knuckleheads that come up,
right,
and just
yeah. Well,
destroy
that's
it.
the capital, and that's where the hub of like all the corruption exists in Albany.
Right. That's right. That's right. Exactly right. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you
All these
don't like,
state workers making like 150,000 a
right.
year, twiddling their thumbs all day.
65% of the people that live in that city work for the government.
Yeah. I mean, I have a friend. I used to. I mean, he's a good guy and everything. I like him, but he's a superintendent in that area. I'm not tell you what school, but like I looked at his salary. I was just looking him up, like the public salary. Guy makes like over 200 a year as a superintendent. Like you're a
Yeah,
superintendent. What do you do? Like you go to meetings. Like what do you do? Like
yeah.
you're really
I
not
like
doing
it at
anything.
your job. Yeah,
Yeah. Meanwhile, these construction workers are busting their ass and they're climbing these things, and I mean they're
right,
probably making decent money too. But there's some people that are doing hard labor making like 40, 50,000 a year, and it's like you got to be kidding me. There's something wrong with that whole thing.
right. There was a construction worker shortage a few years ago in Albany. They were trying to get people to come into Albany because they don't have all that skill set in Albany. Uh, and they decided that they were going to do the what's the woman construction worker thing programs, and that was going to solve all their problems.
The Claire Plus program.
Yeah, hard-headed women they call it.
I thought it was a Claire Plus program,
Claire
but
Plus program. Yeah, you can go to Claire Plus or hard-headed Claires, and they wear the construction hats, and then all you got is the sign holders.
yeah, yeah,
It's like, look, she's making like $23 an hour to hold the sign. Stop, go, stop, go.
yeah. It's funny you brought that up because I heard that first time I heard that about entitlement from state
Yeah.
workers was about 5 years ago. There was a guy in like Western New York area, right, like near Central New York area, and I was playing poker with this guy. And he was saying how he used to he used to cover like he used to have like he was a supervisor. He had like 10, 20 people under him. And he says, yeah, Albany is so much different from like Syracuse. Like he was talking
Yeah,
about Syracuse. He said because the people in Albany are entitled. Because I was a supervisor, I know how they act.
right,
Because they have this entitlement in Albany because the government's there. He says in Central New York, he says no, they're not like that because they don't have as many those. I mean, they're not as entrenched in that government job stuff, right? So
right,
they're like totally different. Their attitude's totally different. And yeah, so
right. It's really different in each town. This is horrible around here. This was the model base for Ohio Works, which we became Michigan Works, which became the program of HHS people work and everything, and that was came from this program that was developed in this area, written by a bunch of people, and this area reflects that totally.
mm-hmm,
It's such a weird thing to look at. Like you look and you're like, there's very few jobs in this town, and most of it's government, and the government workers they have this entitlement that I talk about. They're self-serving. If they can not have clients and just do lighter than air work, that would be perfect.
mm-hmm.
But when we talk about clients, we're talking about the poor, the homeless, the baby mamas, the people that need help, and they're like, oh, they're the problem. When the government workers in the area become self-serving, those people become the problem, and that's where altruism should go straight over to those people in a digital fashion rather than having these government workers that have become so self-serving and selfish.
Yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to stay away from living in state capitals and stuff like
Yeah,
that because
state capitals
the
or
attitudes, yeah, they're just,
areas where they this
yeah.
I don't even know what you call this type of it's not socialism, it's not capitalism, it's governmentism. It's like they think the government is it's like mama's tit for them. And,
That's
and,
right.
and they know they can tap into it. They learn the little ins and outs and little corrupt ways to write for what you usually do in those situations is if you write a proposal for money and then they give it to you and you run your program and your program is just the programs themselves have become so corrupt. They don't really have clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they got like, they got like 5 people doing one job, like
Yeah.
pretty much.
Right. Yeah. And it's a real it's a grantors
Yeah.
programs. And
Yeah.
you got men, we talked about this last time is what that some of the MRAs get their money and then come from granted programs through HHS, man up programs. They wrote a grant and they're running like, we're going to get all these guys to just man up and pay their child support and pretend like they're fathers and pretend like everything's happy.
Crazy. Yeah,
It's crazy. Yeah.
yeah, we should stay on that topic with because being Father's Day, like just
Yeah.
that whole
Father.
thing is a false construct, like we say. But
Right.
I think it's important to talk about those fathers though that kind of got screwed, and just
Right.
hopefully they can understand the idea that we're trying to put forth, and hopefully they
Yeah.
can.
Right now there's
Uh,
Father's Days and they couldn't go see their kids and no one called
yeah,
them. The mothers
yeah,
wouldn't let, and
yeah.
the mothers poisoned the situation and
Sure, sure.
is the poison pill from the beginning and there's they feel like they've been let down by society. I feel that way. I feel like I've been let down by society, and I can clearly see uh, who it was, and it's the self-serving government programs that are at fault. But people do that. Okay, it's easy to say that's feminism. It's feminism, and that gives you the dragon, that evil dragon, and that makes it. That gives you your enemy. It's like, but that's not real. It's the system. It's like Albany. It's like what we were talking about. It's all those self-serving government programs that are putting their needs in front of yours, even though that altruism was supposed to go from the altruistic people that pay taxes right to the poor.
Mhm. Yeah, I had a friend who's married. He had 2 marriages, like 20 years each. Like one of them, but the first one, they both cheated on him, and so the
Yeah,
first one, the mother was he had it on video. He had he did some video. He had some videos or something like he was spying on her. And he
yeah,
hired an investigator. He hired a private investigator, and she was
yeah.
cheating on him. It was cool. And then so the children stayed with her for whatever reason, and then so now she poisoned them into thinking he's a bad guy and this and that. And now he doesn't even have a relationship with the daughters, and he really wants one. And see, that's just disgusting. That really bothers me a lot.
Yeah,
It's like, here's a guy who's
that's
good.
usually what happens, and
Yeah, and he's a really good guy, and he's a really good father, and it's just awful, just what happened. And anyway,
yeah, yeah. And
that
it's a
happens
shame.
a lot.
It's like, how do you get a good worker? Well, you shame him and tell him he's doing a bad job, and that's the same thing.
Right, right. And
That's the
you
same thing
do it.
with fathers.
They
It's like,
do it with the top salespeople. They see it. I
right,
remember I won a president's. I won an award. We went down to what's it called? What's that place in Mexico? I don't know, what the hell's it called? One of the nice resorts in Mexico. It was like a 5-star hotel. I won this award. I was like
oh,
top 5% sales. And then me and this other guy, I remember he was from Kentucky, and he was going. He goes, yeah, my manager put me on a improvement plan, like 3 months after I won this award. I'm like, what? And this is like 15 years ago, so I was like, probably around 30 or something. So I was still kind of a little confused by the whole thing. But yeah, like you said, they're always trying to shame you into doing more work and
Yeah,
more work, and
yeah. The
yeah,
reward
and
for
finally
good
you get
work.
to the point where it's like, well, screw this.
Yeah, if you're a
Yeah,
good father, the reward for being a good father is more like demands.
right,
Yeah,
right. It's
they'll
like
have
it's like
they'll have
it's like
all
I
kinds
have
of silly demands for you.
yeah, it's a yeah, and then you don't get any rest. Like I know, I have one of the old managers I had. He's around 50, and he retired, and he really couldn't retire. He was like still working because he's paying for his grandkids. His grandkids' college now.
Yeah,
It wasn't enough that he paid for his children. He had to pay for the grandkids.
he has to pay for the
So
grandkids.
so it never ends. You're just working yourself to death. I have an uncle who's he's got to be about 65 now, maybe 60, late 60s, and he works like he's like in his 30s. And I just want to say to him, I say, hey, it's time to slow down, buddy. It's
I'm
like you want to live into your 90s, because he's a pretty healthy guy. And most people in my family, father side, usually live fairly long, but uh, most of them, extended family at least. But like the thing is, like you're breaking your back in your late 60s. You should be relaxing and enjoying yourself.
yeah,
Anyway, it bothers me because this guy's been like a hard worker since he was like a teenager, right? And he
yeah,
just keeps going, 50 years straight, just like unbelievable. And
yeah.
nobody seems to give a shit. Nobody like seems to give a shit. I give a shit. I'm gonna say something to him next
Right.
time I see
Yeah,
him.
yeah. My father was that way too. He worked like right up to the day, and we always had this plan, me and him, that we were going to get this car, like an old GTO or something, and we're just going to redo it, and then it's just going to be our little project. And he just worked every day for the rest of it. He never got a hobby, and never. He just died, and uh, it was sad because he never got to do that one thing he really wanted to do, is just sit there and like diddle around with a car, and you know that's yeah. So and that's what that's what you happens in those situations. You're always working for that, always working for somebody else, and you never do what you want to do. And that's probably one of the regrets that you'll take with you to your grave.
Yeah,
You'll have those
that's
regrets.
why I did my first round trip. Do you have some of those? Sorry, go ahead. Oh.
Yeah, you have some. You did your first round trip.
Yeah, yeah, I did my first round trip. I was one. It's one thing to drive cross country, but then to do a round trip,
You did
a
a
round
round.
tripper, that's a special. I did a
Yeah,
round tripper. Yeah, I did a round tripper because I was gonna stay in Los Angeles and Vegas, but I was
yeah.
like, you know what? The
It's
thing
more
with
the
my
state.
sim, I just had a couple personal things happen, so I just drove back, and I was like, you know what? Hell with it. I'll just stay where I am, but I might move back into my house. We'll
Yeah,
see. Let's
yeah.
see how the winter, because the winter rolls around and I start getting like antsy, then I forget it. I'm gonna tell the tenant, hey, no, taking my house back.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm not gonna keep on like my aunt. Like as much as she's a nutcase, like all women, but at least she told me one thing, like say, hey, keep all your options open, and she's totally right about that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, yes, I round tripped it, and I always wanted to do it, and because it's one thing driving one way, but you do it. 1 month I was New York to L.A. Now I'm L.A. to New York. I'm back on the backstretch. So that's something I wanted to do, and I'm glad I got to see the Grand Canyon. That was good.
Yeah, that's probably great. You got to see Canada.
Yeah, I was
Are you
gonna. You
gonna
know
go?
what? I was almost gonna do Yellowstone and
You're
Mount
going.
Rushmore.
Oh, yeah, you're going up Missouri and then over. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but my car is just an old. I got an old car, and it was.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got it checked. Everything's fine, but I was gonna do like Yellowstone. If I had a better car, I would have done Yellowstone and
Yeah.
Rushmore.
Yeah. I was gonna say if I would have hit to down to this should have been the time where I should have been in the Ozarks and working over
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
working over to New Orleans, and we could have met
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. New
So,
Orleans is
great. Maybe
that's
next
been New Orleans is definitely worth visiting. I
year. Yeah.
know.
Well, I got my rock hammer, so I can kill an alligator with a rock hammer. That was my one of
Oh
my.
yeah.
That
I,
was
you
one of
know,
the.
I went on one of those when I was in New Orleans. I went on one of those swamp things,
Yeah.
and there's alligators in the water, and I'm like saying to myself, like, well, that was really stupid. I really should have gone. Like like at the time you're thinking, oh, it's no big deal. It's just because it's a well set up tour,
Yeah.
and you go on the boat and the steamboat, and But then I'm thinking, man, this is pretty damn dangerous, man. It's like shit. It's like this is actually more dangerous than I thought, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but it was worth going. But I don't know. Now I kind of get older, and it's like I'm a little more cautious about. Like I seen people zip lining. They were zip lining. I was in Williams, Arizona,
Yeah.
which I took the train to the Grand Canyon, and these people were zip lining through the town of Williams, Arizona, and I'm like, man, that looks kind of. There's like two little cables, you know. I'm like,
Yeah.
damn,
That's kind of risky.
yeah, that's very risky. I'm like, shit. I'm like, I'm not gonna go out like that, you know. Oh, that.
Oh yeah.
Because you ever hear like roller coaster rides?
Yeah.
Like every year, I hate to say it, but at least one person will die on a roller coaster ride somewhere in the United States. It's always happened. It's without fail.
Yeah, I think about some of the shit I used to do at work. You know, a steel company crane they're pretty high in the air. The cranes,
Yeah.
and there's little blocks on the cranes, and the maintenance man and I was the electrician has to go up there and change those little carbon blocks because there's three-phase electric, and it kind of goes over the it's an open electric system, and if water gets on it, they usually explode. And there's this little rail. You climb up this huge ladder, and you kind of lean back, and it's a little rail. It's a little cart about this big, and you just kind of cart yourself around like 100 feet in the air. And I was thinking, that shit is so crazy. It's like so deadly. It's like,
yeah. But the thing is, like you said, is just find out what you like. I'm at the point now where I'm trying to work backwards. I'm trying to imagine myself. Okay, I'm 90 years old or 80 years old, right?
yeah,
And work my way backwards and say, okay, I'm picturing myself at 80. Okay, what are things that I wanted to do when I was, 45, right? Which is around
right.
yeah.
What would I want to do?
I don't want to dox myself, so I'll say I'm 38, whatever.
Okay,
But
yeah, they're 38.
38-year-old. I'm 38. I'm born in Seattle. If anyone's listening, so don't think it's you're not on to me. I'm 38 and born in Seattle.
Yeah.
Live in Kansas City. But no, the thing is, yeah. So work backwards. So I'm 80. I'm trying to pitch myself at 80. Okay, what are things when I'm 38 now? I'm 38. So what are things that I want to do in that time? Like, how do I want to plan my life, and what are things that I want to do? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I kind of did the same thing myself. I kind of looked at when I'm old, it's too late, and I'm going to be old and crippled, and doing things is going to be like out the door. So I kind of made this room now and back like 15 years to now. Like, what are the things I wanted to do? And I incorporated those things, and whatever I did, I do, and it worked out pretty good for me. I have a pretty good life, and then now that I'm getting older, it doesn't matter that if I don't do something that I want to do, it's like, yeah, it's not like I probably did more than most. And if you do that during the crucial years from 40 to like 55, it'll probably work out better. At least you'll have memories of doing these things.
Yeah, and you got to plan ahead too, like so you don't get in a situation when you can barely work or something. You don't want to be in a situation
while you're still
where you
marginally healthy.
Yeah, you got to save your money and all this kind of stuff too. Yeah. When you're marginally, you're right. Because I've seen a lot of people at the Grand Canyon. They were old. Like, yeah, it's the first time I've been here. One guy was like 80.
Yeah,
I don't know, he was like 76. He was 76,
and they get like
yeah.
And it's like it must really suck to be at the Grand Canyon in a walker.
I have like a little foot neuropathy, and I still walk 6-7 miles with sandals. You know what I mean? It's like,
I want to go look at those walls and see what the walls are saying about the world we live in. And the walls in the Grand Canyon, did you examine them? Did you make your observations?
I took pictures of some rocks that they claim to be, I think, 2 million years old or 2 billion. 2 billion. I'm sure I got some pictures. I'll put a post.
Yeah. Now, when you take those pictures and you start examining them and you start thinking about what's told us about Christianity and how the world is, you go, well, now I got this proof right in front of me. I went to the Grand Canyon and I looked and I see it's like, that can't possibly be true.
Right. They're claiming that the rocks are, I want to say 1.7 billion, I think, years old. So it's like you saying Christianity goes back what? Like how many? 2 million? 2,000 years? That's like a blip on a screen. That's like nothing.
It's like it's like a bad idea that won't go away.
Oh my God! And make a lie big enough, right? So everybody believes it. It's so
Yeah,
obvious. It's such a lie. The whole
and
resurrection
such a
story or the virgin
little
birth.
sentiment. I mean, every one of those little lines at the Grand Canyon where you see the color change in sediment, that represents like 2,000 years.
Yeah, yeah,
and
that's right. That's right.
and it's just this big. It's just this big on the side of a wall, and you go, "That's 2,000 years." And then you start looking down, and you go, "Oh shit!"
Dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I had like a nice. I don't know what kind of bird it was. I think it was a California condor. They have California condors up
Oh, they
there.
got the condors. I never seen.
Yeah, there was one that flew right by me when I was walking. It was like the coolest. Like that's the thing. It's like you want to get some like I was telling SFM, I'm like, man, try to get into nature, man, because nature's real. That's as real as you're gonna get. Like I'm in the Grand Canyon and there's a California condor flying right above my head, and it's like the coolest thing. And like I have that image right in my head at all times. I can access it anytime I want. I want to go to a happy place. There you go. That condor was so cool. It's so free. It's just flying around and because I kind of got startled. I'm like, look how big that damn thing is, and it was pretty cool, It's like damn, it's like. And then
Yeah,
the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, I was like, I thought it was fake. It was so nice. I thought it was fake.
yeah.
It
So
almost didn't look real.
yeah, I wish I could go. It's so big and so vast and so colorful
Yeah.
and on
Oh,
like anything else you ever seen. I mean, Red Rock's cool where you were, and
yeah,
Red Walk to
yeah.
the Grand Canyon down that way was just so cool.
They got Red Rock in Vegas. Red Rock, it's nice over there in Summerlin, near the west side of Vegas. But Grand Canyon. If you're gonna go, I would really you probably want to go for like a week. It's not a 1 day thing because there's like 220. There's like over 200 miles of the Grand Canyon. It's like there's like
Yeah,
different points. Like I went to the south end or whatever they call it, but there's like Desert View is supposed to be even better. They said, oh, Desert Views, because I asked the local there, one of the lady who works at the gas station. She says go to Desert View. It's like the best one, and you go like early in the morning, like 6 in the morning or something. Like try to catch. Like, here's the thing. I would. That's the train left at 10:30 at Williams, and then I got back at 4:30. So I missed the sunset and sunrise. Now you want to start really doing it well. You start camping out there and you catch the sunset sunrise, right?
yeah,
Which
yeah.
if you're out there for a week, you can do it. But if you're out there for a day, well, you're screwed. 2, 3 even day, right?
Yeah, you
So
can
try to
move
catch like a whole week there longer.
place to campsite or city to city and still
Yeah.
still witness other things. That's like the when people come to the lake area, they get this preconception that it's a little lake, and then you realize that there's 200 miles of shoreline, and you can move from city to city and see just a lot of different things. That's like,
I think the way to do it is rent a car. The way to do it is rent a car because
rent a car.
see the thing is because I had a little bit of hesitation going to certain like I would have if I had a car rental I would have definitely went to Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone. But the thing is my car was not reliable, so I have to kind of keep it conservative how I you see what I mean? Like I can't be as aggressive on my traveling. Because when you're traveling cross country, you really need an A1 car. You don't want to go in there with I have a Jaguar. It's a but it's kind of old and it's really not. You really I can't put a ton of miles. It's got 150,000 miles on it.
And it's really cool.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. Yeah, the Jaguar is really cool. Yeah, it's like a cool car. It's like old, but it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I got tons of crap in it because I was gonna move, but But the thing is, so that's the way to do the trip is I think get a car rental, and then spend like 2 months.
Did you run into on your whole trip here? Did you run into like any little breakfast restaurants or something where you just and people were just so nice and everything was just so cool. You were like, I could live here.
Oh yeah, totally. I went to this Mexican restaurant. And it was like me and like 6 of us in the whole thing, and I had a nice quesadilla.
Okay.
It was great, and it was like a small town in Kansas. I forget where it was called.
Yeah.
I don't know. I forget what it was called. It was in between. It was near Wichita, in between New Mexico, Albuquerque, and Wichita, Kansas. Okay. It was on the Kansas side.
I could see myself living here.
Oh yeah, I could see myself living anywhere because it's so peaceful out there. It's so peaceful. And here's the thing: I'm a salesman and I'm a teacher. So I got the world by the nuts, right? I can just do both. Like it doesn't matter. I can teach anywhere. I can live anywhere in the country
Yeah.
because I can set up shop and then substitute teach and then get certified and teach, or I can just do a fluky little sales job and I can, so I have a good skill set where I can do other shit and like, whatever. But if you're a hard worker though, you can, hey, listen, if you got to pump gas or work at a gas station, that's still a good gig because the people are so friendly in those towns.
Right. Yeah. You can do anything you want to do. You just got to figure out what you want to do and work towards that thing. And
figure out what you want in life. But yeah, I absolutely had.
I mean,
I think I'd get bored. I'd get bored after.
I don't want to do sometimes just to for the couple bucks or whatever it pays, and you just get in, get out, and do it. But
well, shit, you can live in a camper, like you said. Like you can just get a little camper. You don't need to. Like that's what a lot of them do out there, like in Williams. But the train guy was telling me he pays like $700 a month though for his RV or something, like, which is kind of high. But he was getting all these tips, man. And I threw him like $10, because he's like saying all these jokes and stuff. And so those guys, they find ways to make money, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, he's doing the tours. He was doing the tours for the train.
Right.
Well, I tell you, that's a nice little gig, Joe. You want a little gig? Like go out to Williams, and then you get a job on the train, and you're like one of those assistant, what do you call it, attendants, and you get so you take the train to the Grand Canyon for it's like a 2-hour drive train ride. Then you can do your thing over there, and then you go back. You go back, and then it's pretty much your day.
I need a steampunk hat. And
yeah, and the guy, his needs are met. He makes enough money to. He said he was like a retired police officer or something. So I don't know why he's complaining. I think he was just bullshitting about like oh, this really helps. Anything you can do, and whatever.
Yeah, I can imagine being a police officer and not want to do that no more. That would be like, I could imagine him not wanting to be a police officer no more.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that Williams, Arizona is a hell of a nice little town, man. It's about
Williams, Arizona.
Yeah, it's like 7,000 people. You're only an hour to the Grand Canyon. Talk about nice people. Yeah, and they got like a Safeway there, like a grocery store, which is huge. They got tons. So you get your food there. Yeah, that was the town I said, man, I could totally see myself living here.
Oh, it's Williams.
Totally. Yeah, Williams, Arizona. And then, so I'd have to probably teach at the local school district or if I wanted to do it, if I ever wanted to do it. But it's so peaceful there, Joe. It's so peaceful. Yeah, and people are super friendly and you're close to like I want to say, I don't know, Phoenix or Flagstaff. It's near Flagstaff. Okay. Flagstaff, Arizona. That's a very nice area.
Flagstaff. Okay.
Yeah, but the stupid cop pulled me over. I got a ticket in Arizona.
Did you get a ticket in Arizona?
Yeah, and I was giving him some shit. He wasn't too happy. Then I saw his big gun. I'm like, I better be nicer to him.
Yeah, everybody gets a ticket in Arizona. You can't go through Arizona without getting a ticket.
Oh yeah, it's Arizona. You got to be, you got to be careful. That's because I only got 2 tickets. It's funny. Ohio was the only place I got a ticket 8 times. So this is my 10th time cross country. So I got 2 tickets in 10 times. So that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
No, but it could get a little pricey. If you have a lead foot, don't do it. Don't drive.
Right, yeah.
You have a lot of patience, and you have to be well rested. And
oh yeah, I'm looking at it now. Williams with the trains.
Oh, dude, it's a great town.
Oh, Grand Canyon Hotel.
There's no horseshit in that town. There's like probably no crime. They have. I don't even know what crime they would have there. It wouldn't even exist.
Yeah, Grand Canyon Hotel, $79 a night, 4.1 star.
Yeah, and they got a nice Motel 6 there. I stayed at the Motel 6.
The 6? Did you
Motel
get it?
6? So Motel 6 in any major city is going to be garbage because you got your, But over there, the Motel 6 at Williams is like a resort.
Did you have
not a resort, but it's just really nice. It's the nicest. It's probably the nicest Motel 6 in the country.
Yeah,
which is not saying a lot, but it was just really nice. Yeah, it was just really good.
Yeah, did you have the sauna?
They had a pool. I don't think.
I love the Motel 6s. They have the in-room saunas. But
that clientele is mostly a lot of it is families, right? That have money because they don't.
There's a
Because
comfort.
they have the money to go to Grand Canyon. A lot of people, they don't have the money to go to I mean, I don't have the money either. I'm not working, but I had, I'm driving
You
whatever.
just
But
did it.
yeah, but yeah, because I'm mgtow. That's the only reason why I could afford it. Because I saw a family though, the family of 5, right? It's like
Yeah.
I paid $100 for the train ride round trip. So this guy's paying $500-600 just for the train ride for his family. So that's so you're gonna get a certain clientele that's not gonna be so crazy or whatever, right? Because they can afford it. So you get a lot of these rich folks that pretty much take those trips. I think not that I'm rich, but
Yeah, that's about 24, about 40 miles away from the Grand Canyon. Okay.
oh yeah, but I don't know why the train was just. They said it doesn't go over 40 miles an hour, so it's probably going like 20,
Oh, so
30.
you took the Grand Canyon Junction.
Yeah, I took the
And
Grand Canyon Railway or whatever it's called.
Railway, yeah. Okay, neat.
Oh, dude, it was fun. It was a lot of fun just being on a train because I hadn't been on a train in a long time. Well, I was down in New York City maybe a few years ago, but that doesn't really count. When you're taking the train through middle of nowhere, it's pretty fun.
Okay, yeah, that sounds. And then Hoka's running next to it and like jumping over the train.
Yeah, it was just a coincidence that Hoka was jumping Grand Canyon. Because I wasn't there. Well, you were there in '87, right? When he walked
87,
out there.
when he walked over with Gary, yeah.
Yeah, that was an incredible day, and I heard about it. Like in the '90s, I heard about this guy Hoka, and
Yeah, that's when Hoka changed the world.
yeah, but what's incredible about that? He did it on a moped.
Yeah. He
So
jumped Grand Canyon on a moped. Can't even imagine.
yeah,
Fan of
yeah,
a
yeah. So that was yeah. So but yeah, no, it was a lot. I tell you what, it's a lot. It worked out for me. I turned a bad situation with
Did
this.
you go can next to it? Like when you put your both of the legs out in the middle of the air and you like can.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
No, but
yeah.
I turned a bad situation because I was gonna move out there, and not that it was a bad situation, but
Yeah.
it just
You
didn't
turned a
work
bad
out.
situation. Yeah, you took lemons and made lemonade and
Right, I made lemonade, and then I went to the Royals game today, so I wanted,
did
Kauffman
you,
Field was really
oh
nice. The fountains are out. Oh, the fountains are great.
what was
I like
Kaufman
to go to
Field like?
Kauffman Field at night, though. I like to go at night to Kauffman
Yeah,
Field.
yeah. Kaufman Field's nice, isn't it?
Oh yeah, oh it's nice for sure. Yeah, it's
It's,
very nice.
it's a lot like whatchamacallit up there in Detroit Field. What is that one up there? The new one?
Uh, Co-America or something.
Yeah, Co-America
Common,
Field. Kaufman Field
is
and
that what it's
Co.
called? Co-America.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
a lot like Jacobs Field or Kaufman Field and Jacobs Field. We're built about the
The,
same time.
the best one I went to, the best park I felt was San Francisco,
In
AT&T.
San Francisco?
Yeah, that was amazing because you
Field?
got the water and the outfield, and
Yeah,
yeah,
that
it's
was
just
nice.
beautiful. Like, San Francisco is amazing baseball. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
we
only
used
went there for one day. I went there for one day, and I did a tour, and it was totally worth it. I was like, this is corny. I do a tour, but no, tours are actually pretty cool.
the tours are cool. You know, if you ever get a chance to do Jacobs Field, they'll do the tour for you. It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Well, it used to be Progressive Field now.
but it's good to get to Kansas City because I've been kind of just doing it, really taking my time, and
Yeah,
and so yeah, I'm just heading back, and yeah, but it makes me appreciate where I live too. Being
right.
back
You'll be so refreshed when you
hometown
get back and
too.
you have a new set of like
Yeah,
ideas,
it's,
and you'll be
yeah,
like fresh and new, and it'll be like, okay, now I can get to what I really want to do when you get back.
right, and I might go back into teaching. I have a teaching job, but it's just part time. But I might go ahead
Yeah,
and do it. Put my both feet into it because this corporate thing is just really bothering me, and I see these little weasel guys and gals that get promoted for, they don't even deserve promotion, and
yeah,
because they're drinking buddies with a top guy or whatever. They're just corny. They're just a bunch of cornballs is what it comes down to, and I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end up doing that and probably teaching, and then I think I just look for some opportunities, business opportunities, whether whatever,
right,
and
yeah.
just try to get something set up later. But yeah, you're right. I tell you, I miss that. I miss the lakes though. I miss the lakes and the park in upstate New York. I think it's because when you're in like New Mexico and Arizona, those are real scenic areas. They're nice, but to me, they're not as good as the lakes and the tree
Yeah, I like
scenery that you get.
water, rivers, and lakes and stuff like that. It's
Yeah,
just,
like where you are, you got all those rivers and
yeah, we
lakes.
have a ton of rivers and the lake is always great. I can go to it any day I want, and yeah, the perch is great.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. So are P mad at us yet? Because are we off topic talking
Oh,
about our
yeah,
travels?
we are so off topic.
Yeah. But these bigger cities are definitely. I noticed the difference how stressed out the people in the bigger cities are. Because when I was in LA, it's like they're just naturally like rude. They don't even know they're being rude.
Right? Yeah.
It's just, or in Vegas too. Vegas is like, I mean, they're just, I don't know, man. They're like not as friendly. You can just tell they're just not, and because when you go to like Williams, Arizona, everyone's like really happy and laid back, and it's like that's a city they probably don't even want me advertising. They don't want anybody to know about it. But it's so peaceful there. It's like, yeah, you know what? My thought came to mind, not to be morbid, but it's like, man, I could die in this city. I can die in this town and be at peace. Because you're like right next to the Grand Canyon. It's really nice, quiet. It's like it's like one of those like Wild West towns, like that you know what I mean. They're out there. They exist, right?
Yeah.
It's not that it's a wild place, but you know what I mean. It's just it has that persona of the way it's set up, and then you got a Safeway right in the middle of it.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
yeah. I
So
was just
if you want to get your groceries.
yeah, looked pretty like a decent town, probably bigger than this town.
Yeah, yeah. It's just good, man. It's when I talked to the lady behind the gas station, she said she goes, "Oh, I did the whole coast." Like she drove up to the West Coast, So that's
Okay.
something I want to do eventually. I've gone like LA to San Fran, but like she did like Oregon and all those
Oregon. I always thought
Washington.
Oregon was cool. That was kind of a destination for me. Oregon, do the Oregon coast and up and to Seattle. See
But
what that.
your next thing is the Ozarks. That's what you want
Yeah,
to do?
I wanted to just take the bike ride one of these days. Just get on the bike, and one of these days I'll just do it. I'll throw the camping gear on the bike and tie
Yeah.
everything down. Grab a few extra shirts and a couple pairs of pants, and see how far I can drive. Right, like you did. I'm just going to go one day and then lock everything up, and I'll just go.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's totally worth it. I would, I think renting a car might be a better way. Like just run it by the rental company and then just put the harness on the back, and then that might be a less stressful way to do it, and then have more mobility, more flexibility, like because you don't really have to spend money on hotels, right? If you have a camping gear in your car with like
Right.
a
Yeah,
bike.
that's the only thing I was worried about is like
I don't know.
being in when I get down south, is camping gets a little more dangerous. Uh,
Oh, because the redneck thing, or
yeah, you get raped.
like Deliverance.
Like Deliverance. Yeah,
That was
no,
another
it's just the
that was a
animals.
Juliette Lewis
Yeah,
moment too, and
pigs and
another.
alligators and dogs and stuff like that. Dogs don't bother me.
Oh,
Coyotes, I
oh
can.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to bring a couple guns probably with you.
Yeah, I have to bring a gun with me, and then that's going to be an issue. Like I always have to hide
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
I know someone that did that. That's doing that.
yeah,
Doing that,
and it's
which
like
is whatever. It's funny. Like, so this guy got pulled over, and the cop was like right there looking at the bag with the gun.
yeah.
Like, oh shit, I better, this.
Oh, last year
My
I was
friend,
trying to
yeah.
design a little cart with a fold down, like that would like fold down and become a bed, and just try to
Yeah.
keep it reasonable and put some walls around you where you have some protection from like animals and elements and stuff, rather than a tent where, it rips and everything. But I just couldn't figure it out how to do it the right way and keep it under a certain weight. Like I could buy a cart, but then I got to drag a cart along with me. And I see a lot of people traveling around the United States on bikes with the carts, but I'd have to have it designed where I could sleep on it. And I suppose that's just
Yeah.
find a lightweight material that's sturdy. Probably, carbon would be good if I could just make some carbon walls that were foldable.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna do something like that, you got to really plan out your. Like I would plan out like your destinations, like, you know, 20 miles here, whatever, right? Like
Yeah,
be realistic, because instead of like, because I noticed it's too stressful for me. Like, like tomorrow, I know I'm going to be in St. Louis, right? So I already have it planned. It's only like 300 miles, not that far. Easy day. So easy day of driving. So the thing is, like, it's less stressful for me doing it that way as opposed to like, oh, I'm just going to wing it and go, because it's just real stressful when you're winging it. To me, it is, at least.
yeah,
So you got to, but
yeah.
that'd be a good trip though. You got Arkansas down to New Orleans, and
Right. Yeah. I was kind of planning Arkansas over to New Orleans and then back up. It's like because there's that bike
yeah.
path that goes from New Orleans to Arkansas.
Yeah.
And
See, if I knew then what I knew now, like I would have just said, okay, I'll pick you up and we'll do it, and then but I wasn't planning on coming back. That was the thing that was
yeah, you
weird.
weren't planning on coming
No,
back.
I wasn't planning on coming back. It was because of this. I don't know if I want to get into the conversation I had with
No,
the
don't tell your personal life. You don't. I'm not squeezing you for any personal.
No, but it was really odd. I just had because a sim friend I had, like, I had a really weird conversation with a girlfriend, and she was drunk, and I was like, boy, I got to get out of this situation. This is
Yeah, that's when you know it's like she's drunk.
Yeah, that's when let me just go back home and regroup.
Yeah,
Like, she was saying a lot of crazy stuff, man.
yeah.
It was
You
like,
still can have a shitload of summer too when you get back home.
yeah.
And you're like,
And then I had to do the cringy hug with her and all this kind of stuff, make it look like I was happy to see her, and all. It's just this is too much. I can't handle this. I said I can't. I mean, I could have stayed there and got an apartment and blah blah blah, but you know what? Let me just wait, because I'll get my house back in January. So I might. So I have to decide if I want to. I have to figure that out. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun driving cross country. You have to have a lot. I think the key is to make sure you get enough rest in between. Like, you don't drive when you're tired, right? You just can't. You just can't. That's stuff. That's where you really shouldn't put yourself in that spot.
right. You should drive where it's comfortable and
Right,
you
right.
know,
I'm going 300 miles a day pretty much, and then if
yeah,
I'm
3 4 hours.
super tired, I'll stay 2 days in the hotel, because
Yeah,
right now I'm not. Yeah,
when you got an extended period of time to do it, like that's the way I have to think on the bike. If I 40
yeah,
miles a day, eventually after like a week, you're talking about a week and a half, you're talking about 400 miles, and make it comfortable on myself, and it'd take a week, maybe 2 weeks to get like 700 miles, and I could probably do more, but hey, I want to look around too.
yeah, yeah. Plan. I would pick your destination. Yeah, you gotta plan it like how you want to. But boy, it'd be nice to just go into Grand Canyon. That'd be a nice place to go camping, like whatever.
Yeah, that would be like,
Uh, yeah, because you got 200. Because I was reading the thing. It said 200. It has 227 miles. The Grand
yeah,
Canyon.
that'd be good to ride around it and shit. And like just
Look at this, Joe. The Sixers are going to lose. They're down 103-96. Atlanta. Why Atlanta? It's going to be Atlanta, Milwaukee. Who would have thought that, right?
Who thought that? Yeah,
Atlanta, Milwaukee.
somebody
Wow.
predicted Atlanta at the beginning of the year, and I kind of laughed at them. Now I have to go back and find that article and like say, I'm sorry, you were right.
Yeah. Well, this is like the first year I think they've been totally, because you got the Suns playing LA Clippers. Yeah, and you have the Hawks are going to play the Bucks. So you have like four teams that no one really,
Right.
except for maybe the Clippers, like no one really thought those other three teams are going to contend. But now any of them have a shot, and the Clippers are hurt because
Right.
Leonard's
Yeah.
like injured.
He's injured. Yeah. At the beginning of the year, I actually thought the Cavs had a pretty good team.
Yeah, yeah,
And they did
yeah.
until they all got injured.
They all got injured, and they don't want to pay for Drummond or whatever.
They didn't want to pay for Drummond. Yeah. You had Drummond, Love, Sexton, Garnett,
Yeah.
and who else was on that team at the beginning of the year? And I thought, well, that's a really good team. This team should do well.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's like,
but now it's like the Suns are up 1-0. It's probably going to be the Suns coming out of that series if Leonard doesn't get healthy.
yeah. So Drummond kind of he didn't do well in LA, did he? Was he?
No, it wasn't. No, it ended up no, because the chemistry wasn't there or whatever, right? They have to play together and figure each other out. And No, then LeBron and the AD were hurt, and
Yeah,
they just fired their trainer, some Asian lady.
right. So
Did
he
you
said,
see that?
okay.
Did you
Oh
see
yeah,
that? Or no? They got to
Charlie
blame her, so they blame the trainer because
was it
everyone's injured. They blame the trainer. But right,
Charlie
she didn't
Brown?
deserve to get fired. Probably she didn't deserve to get fired.
So they blame a trainer. That's so.
They blame a trainer. They're a bunch of sickos. These corporate, like these sports teams, these people are so sick. Got to blame somebody to make it look good.
Yeah. No, it's their own fault. Sports is they didn't
Yeah.
do what they're supposed to do, and they're not going to move on.
God, see, that's why I never want to go into like management because like I would cringe at some of these meetings. Like I would like to sit in some of these meetings and how they really talk. Like what do
Yeah.
they really say behind closed doors? These
Oh, I'll bet
corporate
you it's
guys.
like, yeah, I've been in a lot of
Cringy.
meetings that were like really cringy, and the things that were said were like you really think that, don't you? Dehumanizing other people and shit like that. It's like, dude, you think that way? It's like, man, I would like to hurt every one of you.
Yeah, they're a piece of shit, man. They really are no
And
good, and that's why.
the dark side of human nature is just so
Yeah, I got to read that book. I didn't want to read it because I knew it was going to be a lot of red pills.
gonna change it's gonna change your life once you read it. And it's still hard for me after I read it
Yeah,
last summer. Was it I read it? And then I read it
yeah,
another one again. And then it's like, and then the more I learn about the dark side of human nature and everything, it's like
yeah.
it was like when I became a private detective and I started seeing things.
Yeah,
And it's
like what? Like what are some of the things? Like infidelity, obviously, of course, but what are some
yeah,
other?
you start seeing like theft in companies, and you start like look. One of the things that really kind of influenced me was there was this one company, and they wanted to figure out who was stealing, and the man, it was actually the manager, and but everybody said he was the greatest guy in the whole world, and he continuously over the years kept firing people that he dehumanized and blaming it on them, but it was really the guy that was firing them. And then but when I came in, I explained the logic of what is the same thing in all this time. What's the same thing that's always been there? And the owner, he says, well, it's always been just the manager. And it was like, right. And then we put cameras up and we caught him stealing.
Wow.
And it was like, boom. It's like, oh, that's so he was going to these extents. Like he was blaming it on other people and getting them fired from their job.
Yeah, yeah,
You start seeing things like that.
yeah. Sure, sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always when I used to investigate something like that, it would be like look for the common. What's the common in all this? And it was always that person that was the common. And, and but when you start hearing the stories that they tell, and you start hearing the horror that manifested in a lot of people's lives, it's like, man, that was one of my questions when we did the interview and everything afterwards. And I said, well, you're guilty of this. And I asked him, I says, how could you have fired that one girl and blamed it on her when you know it was you? How'd you do that? And I was really curious, like, how can you do that to another human being?
What do you say?
He just kind of moaned and said, no, it wasn't, because they'll continue the lie. And that's the hard part is the lie. The lie is the intangible thing that makes everybody doubt. And that they'll continue the lie.
Well, they, like you said, they use shame and guilt. I mean, that's what they do. They use shame and guilt. They have these annual evaluations that are absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Just,
wow. It's like
I told you that story. I told you that story when I was working for I don't know, I'll just make up a name, but any major corporation. And like they said, oh, do this evaluation, self-evaluation. So I'm like, I'm a confident person. It's like, I have advanced degree from top university. It's like, you know what? It's like, and I'm selling and I'm like number one for my product. And my first year, I was like number one for my product. And because I outworked everybody. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I just outworked everyone. I had a good attitude. I outworked everybody. And then she's like, I gave myself 9s and 10s out of 10 ranking. Not like you rank yourself in like 15 categories. And I put myself 9 out of 10. or 10 out of 10 in every single one. And she's like, they want you to do this over again because most people in their first year they're right around a 3 or 4. I'm like, what? I said, that's a
rank yourself how I want you to rank. Yeah.
Right. Rank, right. Then why are you making me do a self-evaluation, like to make me feel like I'm not, like, it really confused me. And it was like really annoying. And it's like, you know what? And then like, sure enough, I quit the job. And people thought I was crazy to quit that job, but no, I wasn't crazy.
Look at my resume.
Right. It's like I apply for these jobs and I'm working on my second advanced degree and I got all these awards, I got all these recommendations, and they don't even give me interviews sometimes. Because I think what happens, I think the HR departments in each industry, they all have their little powwows. And I think if you get on a list or something, that you're like a independent thinker or whatever, you're on that list and you don't get hired.
If you have a really good group of people, guess what you don't need? An HR department.
Yeah.
So it's one of those jobs that are like the government jobs, that they become self-interested in keeping lesser people. That's what I call the empty chair policy. These people hire a good worker because of minute little issues they have with them, and they leave that chair empty, or the chair gets filled with somebody that's less. And
they're disgusting. HR
and then their job becomes more important.
I feel bad for these HR people. I really do.
Most HR departments are self-serving. They become.
Of course, they do nothing.
Yeah, they become self-serving in their own interest. So it's like the government jobs that I talk about, and you really don't need an HR department. An HR department should come in, hire the correct people. The correct people start getting along. The business starts flourishing, and the HR department goes away. That's the final. That's how the norms form inside of corporate culture. At a certain point, you have to know when your HR department should just go away.
Well, it was explained to me, HR is there to protect the employees from the employees.
Right.
Like particularly the management against the non-management.
Well, that's some racketeering there too. It's an imaginary thing, and the HR department's there to take care of that imaginary problem. But without the HR department, there wouldn't be that imaginary problem.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a big issue with humans. Humans do that. From governments to corporations they manufacture a service that's a non-existent service, so they can apply that service and sell that non-existent service as if they're doing something.
Yeah, but corporations definitely, I mean, they're like women. Like corporations are like women. You don't want to, don't work for them. And it's almost destroyed my life. Because I lost all that hard work. It went to nothing.
Yeah, you had to go through it there for a long time. And I mean, I sat and talked to you most nights, and it's like, wow, they're just putting you through it. And that's the cruel and evil part of it. Isn't that like the what is evil? And the cruel and evil part was what they put you through. You were carrying bags of salt from here to here so you can carry the bags of salt back.
Yeah. It's all right, though. I just got to learn. And I was reading about a guy. Hold on a second, Joe.
Okay.
I was reading about
Did your pizza get there?
No, I'm just going to the vending machine.
Oh, you're going to the
vending machine's all messed up.
You never ordered the pizza from
yeah. Could you give me 1 minute? Could you give me 1 minute? I'll be right back.
Sure. Okay. He never ordered the pizza from I can't remember where he said it was, the Domino's pizza. And not that Domino's is great. You could have, yeah. But so Joey forego a night with Domino's pizza to do a podcast for us, and we should all be happy he does this. Yeah. So I just want to we'll take this time to say hello, Forrest. Hello, Jigsaw. Hello, Jim, and Hank the Man, and Levigi. Hello, Levigi, and everybody that showed up today. Rick RP's not in yet. We should. I should put the.
Is he coming in? Yeah, you gonna put the link in?
Yeah, you want to put the link up?
Yeah. Put the link up. Yeah. I'm just grabbing some.
And we'll just do anything anybody wants to talk about. You can come in and we can talk about it. And it's just kind of a link. Link. It used to be Angry MGTow's name before he was Angry MGTow Link. Remember Link?
No.
Yeah, he was.
Angry mgtow is okay, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, he's really sarcastic, and once you figure out his game and his sarcasm, you realize that it's not like it is with him. And a lot of people were angry at him and everything, but it's like MGTow. Once you figure out the game, it's like it becomes less because it's not going to affect you. His game was like total sarcasm and you know, if these fools were going to do what they were going to do, then he took advantage of it, and he played out, told them what he was going to do to them.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like he lied or he's like, no, I flat out said this is what it's going to be, and they would go back for him. It's like people like abuse because they keep going back.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. Is that like a form of what's that syndrome when you get kidnapped? Stockholm syndrome is like, it's like internet Stockholm syndrome. Someone abuses you and then you go back for another. Maybe he's not going to abuse me the next time. I guess partner abuse. You know, we could talk about that someday.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome. Not a lot of people know what that is, right? It's
Yeah. I guess there's different forms of it. In the 60s, that was the big thing after what's her name got kidnapped. I can't remember the lady's name, but it revealed a side of human nature.
Patty Hearst.
After Patty Hearst got kidnapped, it revealed.
Was it her? Was it Patty Hearst?
Yeah, I think it was Patty Hearst that.
Okay. Yeah, it was Patty Hearst. I think so. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, but it revealed another dark side of human nature that exists, and people do that all the time, even with YouTube. They do it to the micro extent of it. Like there's an angry MGTow, and he's going to tell you what he's going to do to you, and he has malintent, and you keep coming back for that. You just got like some weird sort of Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
But people do that in relationships too. Men do that all the time. Women abuse them, and they keep coming back for it. It's like it's going to change the next time. No, it's not going to change. That person is the way they are. They're just going to keep abusing you, and you keep coming. You're volunteering for your own abuser.
Yeah. Well, it's like my buddy got married. So,
Yeah. Why does he keep
15
going?
to 20 year marriage.
He
got a 15, 20 year marriage, and then you know what he does? He gets into another 15 to 20 year marriage right after that.
Instead of like enjoying the freedom and the serenity, some people don't do well with serenity. I don't know. I remember what it was like when I got out of the marriage whole thing, and I stopped thinking like that. And the serenity was almost like torture at first. And I don't know what that is. I can never explain it. And I've never went out and tried to actively try to articulate what that was, where the serenity seemed like torture.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be some explanation for that in the human mind, and I think that could make a good project coming up soon. I'll work on that and further articulate some verbiage on it, and why.
And when you find it, stay there. It's like,
yeah, and then after a while, the serenity became sweet. At first, the serenity was sour; it was hard to take. And then it became a niceness in life. Because I had never experienced that kind of freedom. I think it was. I never.
Yeah.
From, I was a child, then I joined the army, which there was always people. and then I got into a marriage, and there was always people, and there was always demands, and then I started doing. There's always demands. Once there was no more demands, and no more people wanting everything, and no more. And I'm sitting in a room one day, and I remember the horror. It's like I'm just there alone by myself, and it was like horrifying. So I had to take a walk, and then I started doing those 5 mile walks, which was really healthy at that time.
Oh yeah, you sleep really well.
Yeah, and then I bought a bike, and it's like that's where that developed. You know what it was?
Mm-hmm.
It was I didn't know what to do with my time, and the walk started giving me ideas. And then I bought a bike, and then I bought an e-bike, and then it's like okay, now I have anytime I feel that that sort of in my life where I'm just sitting there staring at a wall, I can go for a bike ride. I can go for a walk. I can go down to the park. I can go call someone or do something. Call one of my friends a dude, and and that's how I fill my time now. And or just read, or even then reading was hard for me because I was so fucked up. I was so the poisons were just did terrible things to my thinking, and it was hard for me to read even at that time. So I guess that was a hard part of it. I didn't have no books. I didn't have my book collection, uh, which I'm still building to this day.
Well, not having a book collection, you said?
Yeah, I used to have when I was married. I used to have quite an extensive book collection, and old books and nice books from the 1800s and stuff. And I used to carefully
Yeah.
blaze through them and carefully, kind of meticulously read them because they were so beautiful. And that was all gone. She sold books for nothing or something, or they ended up in the trash. Can you imagine that? An 1854 Rob Roy in the trash? An original Marcus Aurelius in the trash.
Wow.
It was
You
like,
mean you didn't have any Malcolm Gladwell books, Joe?
no, no.
Interesting,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I think there was a
Wow.
Walden. I had a Walden from
Wow.
it was like an original printing of Walden, and original printing of Rob Roy, an original printing of the first printing of Marcus Aurelius. Whatchamacallit, Marcus Aurelius. I can't remember the name right now, but it was just it had that smell, the different kind of paper. It was thick, and it was like,
I got an original paperback of that Cleveland Armory book.
oh, Cleveland Armory. Yeah, I got one around here too. I bought.
That was only what, 60s or 70s. That's not that
Yeah,
old.
that was 60. And so I bought. Yeah, well, that's when I do it. I buy a book like that with Cleveland Armory. I go and look for the oldest original copy I can find,
Yeah.
and that's what I did too. I at that time I bought the Cleveland Armory book, and I bought what's the movie, The Sand Pebble. I bought an original version of The Sand Pebble hardcover.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting book. Hi,
Stephen Queen, right? Movie. It was a movie.
yeah,
Stephen
yeah.
Queen.
It's like, hi, I'm Jake. Hello, engine. I'm Jake.
Yeah.
He used to talk to the engine, the boat engine.
Did
But
you like
there's
the
some,
movie? What's better, the book or the movie?
I think once you start realizing that the book is like there's so much in it, and the movie's pretty good, but you start realizing what was taking place in the movie by reading the book, and you get a different idea of what they were trying to say, the political atmosphere of that time. And at the end, when he dies, and he's waiting for the girl, and he says, what does he say? He says, "What the hell went wrong?" That was like a real mgtow moment there,
Mhm.
because he was going to meet the girl, and she had promised him and like this wonderful life, and then he ended up getting shot, and it's like, what the hell went wrong? But that's what happens.
Yeah. 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 It's like the minute your utility's gone, it's like they don't care.
Yeah, yeah, that's such a great movie scene too when he's laying up against the wall and the Chinese communists are coming in and he's just confused about like this wasn't supposed to be like this. That's the simp moment. You're like, shit.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We were talking about that before. Like you change as a person too. Like you get married at 25, and
Mhm.
you're not the same person at 35, and she's not the same person either.
Yeah, she's not the same. People change, they grow, they mature, and
Right.
you
Right. The
mature
men do. The women don't. The women
yeah,
don't mature. But
yeah, they don't mature much. They still act like teenage girls from 14 to 90. And
Mhm.
yeah, hello, Black Wolf. Happy Father's
You
Day.
coming in? Black Wolf coming in?
He just showed up now.
He'll come in. He'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll go make this another 7-hour stream. No, I'm just kidding. That
So,
was a good stream though that day. I mean,
yeah, yeah, that was a good stream. We talked about all sorts of subjects that day.
you know, but,
Yeah, yeah, that's a good book if you ever get the time to read it. The Sand Pebble.
yeah, yeah. No, it
Yeah,
sounds like it.
yeah, because you know what
Yeah,
they're called. The Sand Pebbles were the Chinese workers. They're and
so what was McQueen in that movie? What did he play? Who did he play in that movie?
he plays Jake. He plays the mechanic. The he fixed the motor. And then they have other interesting characters in there. The captain and the woman. I can't remember her name. Yeah, I bought it for my brother because I remember we had an argument about. I was reading it when I was a kid, and my father wanted. We were arguing about it, so my father took the book, and he took it to work and started reading it, and then we never got a chance to finish reading it, and I always felt bad for my brother, my twin brother, because he really wanted to read that book. So I was going to send it to him one of these days, and I bought an original copy, original version of it. So I really just want to send it to him so he can read it, and I can apologize for being a dick.
That's a brother. That's a brother that's in.
What's that?
That's a brother that's in jail, right, or something. Or
No, no, my twin brother's my twin brother. He's just like me.
oh, oh, okay, okay. That's the other one that's in whatever.
My little brother's, and he's the kind of weird one that veered
What do you
from.
think happened there? What do you think happened there with him?
I don't know. He was always kind of like he was always a psychopath, and
Well,
and he did psychopathic things because he didn't understand right from wrong, and he just continued his whole life doing that. And we all have a friend or a brother that's like that don't understand right from wrong. And I can't say it was his fault. He was introduced to the child juvenile authorities early in life, and then that's where his life went.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was he called? Parmadale up here. He was sent to Parmadale. It was a juvenile detention home because he had stolen something and he didn't understand. Most of the time with I don't know if he's a psychopath or a sociopath. Most of the time with sociopaths, you just if you explain the difference between right and wrong, they get it then. But they need to have that explained to them. And him and Chucky was that. Say my friend Chucky and him were like really useful people because they were so cunning, they were so crafty and cunning, and they were so like harsh. It's like it was good people to have around you, but you had to see that whole horrible side of them once in a while. And I kept them around way too long.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my little brother. He was like, he was years younger than me. Yeah, so that's it's interesting. He's in Tennessee State Prison for the rest of his life now. Probably he'll
You
probably
ever
get.
visit him or anything or no?
No, I mean, going down to Tennessee and visit him in prison, it's an impossibility for me. I'd like to go and do that, but it's just an impossibility for me to pedal my bike down the Tennessee State Prison to see him.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. That might be a little too much.
Yeah, yeah, and plus he's made my life so horrible for a long time.
He's older brother or young? Or sorry, younger or
Younger
older?
brother. Younger brother. Yeah, he's the one that poisoned me.
Wow.
I mean, him and my wife, they both like teamed up and decided that Joe was anti-drugs, and they couldn't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy. Yeah, I'm looking at Sand Pebbles now. Yeah, Jake Coleman.
yeah. Jake Holman. Yeah, hello, hello, boat.
Yeah.
That's the line. Hello, engine. I'm Jake Holman. He introduces himself to the engine and has a personal relationship with the engine.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's explained well in detail in it too what his thoughts were having a personal relationship with the engine.
Yeah, I'm just reading through, and I gotta. What happens at the end of the movie? What happens to Jake at the end of the movie?
Well, Jake he's well. Do you want to do the? Well, you've seen the movie, so you know what happens. He dies at the end, and
Oh, I was home. What happened? What the hell happened?
yeah, they go after the woman. They go after up. He goes up. They go up the river, and then he gets off the boat and then follows the woman up to this town. That's Yash. I can't remember the name of it, and she says everything's perfect here. But when they get there, the communists are there.
Yeah. Hmm. That's another thing about these institutions, like just how they lie about like war and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Like you don't have to go to war. It's like that's ridiculous. I mean,
yeah.
if you have to defend your country, that's different. But we're going when you're aggressively, you know, entangling and shit. That's not really good. Like what we did in Iraq, right? Kind of.
Right. Yeah, that should have never happened. We would have been $11 trillion lesser in debt right now if but probably even more. I mean, the national debt from there went from Bill Clinton left us with zero debt, and then George Bush Jr. was up to 11 trillion because of the war, and then Obama. Most of the debt from the Obama years and the Trump years were still from the war, and now we're up to 29 trillion. You know, trying to rebuild countries is expensive,
Yeah,
and
right, and the banks are making money on interest on the
right, and the
government
banks
interest.
are, and plus there's all the corruption. If they delegated this amount of money for the rebuild project, how much of that money went to billionaires and bankers and
Yeah,
and gun salesmen and stuff like that, and
yeah.
arms sales.
Meanwhile, people are getting killed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, people are getting. That was the big thing about the George Bush in the beginning. Those guys were making coup money just selling arms for this war.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that movie with the two guys that made a fortune selling arms, and then finally they went to jail at the end? I can't remember what the name of it
Oh
was.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was absolutely true.
The one with what's that guy's name? Chubby
uh,
guy.
yeah, the
Chubby
chubby
guy.
guy. He was and then there was the other. I can't remember the two characters. Jack Black was it? No, it wasn't Jack Black. Uh,
No, I'll look it up. I'll find it.
yeah, I can't remember the name of the.
He was in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, and
I'll look
yeah,
it up.
but it was absolutely a true story about how they had just got a deal with the Russians about bullets that were not even going to work sometimes. And Nick Cage, Jigsaw's his name.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Nicolas Cage. I can't remember. There's two odd actors that you just don't think about.
No, it wasn't Nicolas Cage. I forget his name now. I'm gonna find it. I'll find it out. Just gonna look up Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, it's crazy how they just it's just a predatory world. That's it. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Was Owen Wilson in it?
No,
No, maybe.
no. I'm online. Let me try. Let's see. Wolf of Wall Street. I'll start with that one movie, and then I'll figure out the actor. It was with Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill.
Yeah, Jonah Hill was in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what's that? So let me see. I gotta look up Jonah Hill.
yeah. You got to look up Jonah Hill, arms dealer.
Yeah. He's 5'7". Yeah. 37. Okay, let's see. Not getting. Yeah, I thought he was in that movie, wasn't he? He the guy?
Yeah, it was Jonah Hill. I'm pretty sure it was Jonah Hill.
Film, yeah, that's the. What year was that? No?
War Dogs. Yeah, I think John.
Yeah, War Dogs. Yeah, War Dogs. That's it.
Yeah, it was Jonah Hill and blah 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 blah. Based on the true story of
Bradley Cooper was the producer.
yeah.
Just a couple no-name guys. Bradley Cooper was in it, I guess. Wow. Yeah, War Dogs. Yeah. Yeah, he plays. What's the guy's name? Let's see.
Yeah, Bradley Cooper and
I saw that in the movie theater. Yeah,
yeah, that's actually a pretty good movie. It's like
yeah, arms dealer. Yeah. His company, AIY Incorporated.
Oh, yeah, Jonah Hill, Miles Teller, Anna D. Arms, and
He's
Brad.
25 years old. He's only 25 years old.
Was he only 25?
Oh, he was 21. 21. He was 21. And his partner was 25. They landed an ammunition deal. The U.S.
Yeah. So that's a lot of money disappeared, and that was with if they made that kind of money on just small arms, just bullets. It's like, can you imagine what? What Halliburton, which was run by what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney. Can you imagine how much money Dick Cheney and his friends made?
Yeah, sure.
I was trying so hard to get back in. At that time, I was trying so hard to get back into contractual work, but I was getting up in age, and I wanted to go to Iran, and because I was really good at pumps, and I know like oil pumps and everything, and I know the oil business, and I'm really good at shooting people. So, so I was like, it had to pay, and that's why my wife, she just went nuts. She's like, but I got offered like at that time was an ungodly amount of money to spend a year. And then my brothers were all like, "No, you can't go, Joe." I was like, "It'll be so cool. I'll just make a shitload of money in a short period of time." But I never did it.
Why? Because your wife didn't want you to go, really?
Yeah, nobody really wanted me to go, and I even talked to my boss at that time, and he was like, "Nah, Joe," and he was like kind of a father figure to me at that time, and he was like, I says, "I'm thinking about quitting and going back into the contractual work," and he's like, "Can't make no money here, and I can't get, if I can't make no money, it's like I could do this one hit, and do a couple tours, and really make some good cash." But no one wanted me to do it.
Why would they thought it was too risky?
Yeah, they thought it was too risky, and it was. Where I would have ended up, it was just got totally annihilated. I don't know if I would have died or not, because I usually kind of evade that dying thing, but yeah, it would have been kind of risky, I suppose.
Yeah,
but it paid well. It would have paid well. I think they're starting. It was 225,000 starts for what they wanted me to do. And my buddy was going. He was a lineman. He was just a lineman, and they were giving him some ungodly amount of money. It was like $160,000 a year for running lines.
Oh, for a year. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like he was running lines down the highway there, and communication lines and stuff. And he said, "Joe, they got a perfect for you."
Wow. That was, how long ago was that? 20 years ago?
Oh yeah, that was more George Bush years, when the war first started. Actually, I got an offer to go.
Yeah,
that's more than 20 years ago now, huh? I think I got an offer to go when, what's that little country? They bombed the little country next to it, Cabal or whatever it is. I can't even remember the name of it. That's when I got my offer to go.
Wow.
even before the war started. But it would have
Yeah.
paid good. I should have did that, man. I always think about these. What if I would have did these alternate
I
things
know.
in life?
I know. I know. Alternate. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like I was talking about with my buddy today, another alternate. I was standing at what's called the Bomber Squadron, and it's a little place you go to eat by Cleveland Airport. And one of the girls ran in, and she just kissed me. And right at that moment, my wife walked through the door, and I thought, like, what if I just would have just kissed her back, and then like my whole life would have been different after that. I wouldn't have had to go through anything with my wife. My wife would have just left.
Why, knowing her, she would have not. She would have left.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
would-
It's like, yeah, I would have ended. Then I would have been he's a cheating bastard or whatever. And the girl that ran up to me, she was rather beautiful. She was like really a 10. She was a girl I known all my life. That's why she did it. She ran up and she just grabbed me and kissed me. But my wife didn't see it that way. She saw it as like it was a sexual encounter. It really wasn't a sexual encounter. And I thought, well, I should have just grabbed her and laid one on her, and my life would have been totally different after that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I probably would have went to Iran, because I liked that shit at that time. I was like, you know,
You could have ran for like mayor of Cleveland or something.
yeah, I could have like I probably would have started my formal education a lot earlier, and maybe it would have, and maybe I could have been like Hoka and ran for the mayor of.
Yeah. Where's that town he lived in? I don't even know.
Yeah, it was. It's like east from here. Every time I drive through it, I go, "Oh, I'm gonna Hoka. This is Hokaville."
Yeah. Hoka's gonna be like, who's the guy that ran the town in It's a Wonderful Life? Who's that guy?
Oh, Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, Jimmy Stewart movie. But what was it? Potter? Was it Potter?
Yeah, Potter or something. Yeah,
Potterville. So it's like Hokaville.
Hokaville. Yeah, that was like.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Cleveland, and then there's all the surrounding communities, and there's Hokaville's right in the middle, and then there's like where I live across the river, and like.
What happened in that movie about Wonderful Life? What he had? He had some money in the bank. Like he forgot to put the money in the bank or something.
Yeah, he was just starting a new bank in the community, and
Potter stole the money or something, didn't he? Or something.
I'm not sure what actually happened, but I don't watch movies like that. But
yeah.
It's kind of hokey and family. It's like
Yeah.
But do you have an event in your life where you can look back and say, this thing, if I would have went a different direction, it would have changed everything?
Yeah. Oh, of course. I could have been a bookie, like big time bookie. Like I knew how to run that business when I was 20 years old.
Yeah, you got the offer. You just turned.
Yeah, I would have networked. I would have been huge. I would have, I might have been arrested a few times by now, but I would have, because I was an honest guy and I knew how to set the line. I knew how to get the information and set everything. I knew how to run that business. Like it was kind of easy money. Like in a lot of ways, it's like, not that it's easy money. Nothing's easy, but it was, to me, it was fun and it was easy. But so I could have probably, if I went into that entirely, yeah, because I could have ran like poker games and branched out, and then you meet, but who knows? I could have been, if I took that route, I wouldn't have dealt with the corporate crap. It's like either way you go, it's like it's the same. I mean, I think the route I took was still a good one, but the other bookie route, poker route would have been a lot more fun, maybe, but you were dealing with a lot of unsavory characters too. But here's the thing: I think the people in the corporate world are worse than the people on the street.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that's kind of weird. But like the teaching world is actually the best of all the three. Like the teaching, because most teachers are pretty good. They're pretty nice people. They so I like working with them. But the corporate world is a bunch of scumbags for sure.
Yeah, I had an offer during Kosovo too, but it was a logistics offer, and I hated doing logistics.
Yeah.
So of course, it's like I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do logistics.
Yeah, there was a guy that got arrested in my town that they took almost $1 million worth of assets from him.
Oh, I remember that guy that you put up. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and the guy was in his 60s when he got arrested, and that I think that had an influence. I used to play gin rummy with this guy, like at the club, and he was a really nice guy, he was an Italian guy, and and I was like in my late teens, early 20s, and when I heard of that, like he died like a year or two after that happened because he was just like he was started, he pretty much had a nervous breakdown, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he grinded his whole life. He wasn't really
Well, yeah, that's that stop moment where you have this extra serenity in prisons that way too. You got all this serenity and people don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, no, but with this guy, when they took all his money, he was, he lost everything.
Broke, and he was broke, and
he was broke. He was literally broke. I mean, I think he got to keep his house, which
yeah,
good, but he lost all his money. They took all his assets
somewhere, but it wasn't like he was,
These cops pretty much strong armed him, and
the cops.
I had another,
and they take.
Yeah, it was big money. That's like 20 years. That's like in the I want to say early 2000s.
Wasn't that the next story about the cop seizure? What they did with the money? It's like they just split it up.
Yeah, they just what do they? Yeah, and here's the thing. I had another friend that got pinched for bookmaking, like in 2000s, and they were like, they flat out and told him like, hey, this is a very profitable thing for us.
Yeah,
like state troopers, a bunch of meatheads, meathead cops, they actually came out and said that to him.
Right. Yeah, it's a crime that no one's going to report.
Right. They pretty much strong arm. It's like wow. It's like So I said, the hell with it, I'm not getting involved. I got away from gambling pretty much.
That's the corruption between cops and drug dealers too. The drug dealers can't report the crime when the cops steal the money.
Right.
And the cops is very profitable for cops to go that route.
That's right. There's a lot of dirty cops out there.
For sure. A lot of dirty cops, so that just they figure that out very quick. People are intrinsically intelligent.
Right. And then they give us a movie like Serpico with Al Pacino and say, "Oh, here's a movie. This doesn't go on anymore. Look, we got this movie." Yeah, bullshit. It goes on. Yeah, it goes on. Yeah, because the cops will justify in their head if they're not making a lot of money. If they're not making that 6-figure salary yet, they'll justify it in their head that it's okay for what they're doing.
Right. Yeah. Serpico is kind of unrealistic about the drug war and everything like that. And
yeah.
The most realistic movie with the drug war I seen was what was the hitman was in Mexican as and then they said, because I did Sicario was about the most honest movie I ever seen about how the
I seen that recently with JK and RP. We watched it together.
Yeah, Sicario is really realistic if you want to know what it was like for guys like me that were the hammers and those soldiers and those FBI agents and the CIA agent, how the relationship was between us and the CIA and the how we managed to get into places and stuff. Sicario is really kind of right on the money with that.
Yeah, they're all working together pretty much. And
I mean, take out the main character, and Sicario was like right on the money with how we looked at the drug war. And
it's there's a demand for it, that's for sure, because people are trying to escape, trying to escape life, so they do drugs.
Drugs. Everybody, all these people think that they're going to be a drug dealer and make millions of dollars, and some of them do succeed, some of them end up getting killed. And at that time in the 80s, man, it was horrible. Most people don't realize that the crack problem was.
I was a kid. You saw it in Cleveland? I was a kid. I didn't really.
Oh no! When I worked for the government for that, and the whole crack problem was just horrible, and there was a real need for people to end it. And it was usually that's when the people like Blackwater and the people that I work for popped up and said, we can end this and we can help you end this, and
they didn't want to do it.
Yeah, we got funding and everything, and but as soon as we figured out, like, the real drug dealers were the politicians
Yeah, of course.
in the corporate, you can't get that amount of drugs. People think that the biggest lie is people think that it's some guy running over the border or some
Yeah.
knapsack. No, it doesn't do that. It's companies like I'll just use it. They weren't never on my radar, but it's companies like steel companies and people like Coca-Cola, when they ship back machines and they ship machines back and forth, and no one ever checks them, and they're full of drugs.
Right.
And the corporations are and the corruption that when you think about the vast amount of 21% of Americans at that point were doing coke, and
what percentage?
21%.
Wow.
That's
I never
like,
saw it in my family. I never saw it.
that's like, that was, that even more. I think it was more. It was like when you start thinking that that's an ounce a month for each person, and then you an ounce, that's a pound for 16 people. Now, for what is it for 40 million people doing this? That's that's a logistical nightmare trying to figure out. But it had to have corporate sponsoring, and it had to have government sponsoring for that to happen. And once we started figuring that out, they ended our funding because there's billions and trillions of dollars in it.
They're taking payoffs. Yeah, they have no integrity.
Yeah, they didn't want it to end. They wanted the rule. They wanted us to just go down and kill the competition.
Why? Who was the competition?
The drug lords and the people that were running it from the opposite end, from Colombia and Nicaragua and Panama and Peru and
yeah.
Shit, I can't remember how many countries I went to. Nicaragua, Panama, Peru. Oh God, just anywhere that we could have a safe base.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's why, yeah. Just right. Yeah.
But there's always the back and forth between the drug companies, like they were making painkillers, were highly involved, and they needed these areas that were select areas
for the opium,
for opium and oxycontins and all that stuff. So they needed the product, and these were legal areas. But the problem was they would mirror areas, and they would there was illegal areas. That's how we were paid to go find these illegal areas.
Uh-huh.
And there were a lot of them. And it wasn't a small operation. We're talking about mega farms that were just harvesting with harvesters and putting them in bales and shipping them up to the United States. And then they would get processed in the United States. So we're talking about train loads coming through. So how does something like that happen?
Mm-hmm.
You got to have government officials and people looking the other way, and companies and corporate sponsors. And it goes deeper than just some guy in a knapsack running over the border.
Right.
And it was dangerous. Everybody wanted us dead. Even our own country.
Yeah. Well, they make a demand for it. They try to, because they put people under so much stress. I think they want to do drugs because they escape the stress of.
Right. Yeah. At that time in the 80s, it was like people would get off of work and they would, the drug culture was like get some coke and go out to the dance clubs and relieve some stress. And nobody thought it was all that bad until we started crack came around, and then they started cooking the coke, and then we got crackheads. Crackheads were the worst. They would kill for it.
Mm-hmm.
Another flow. Is your dad still a simp? Yeah, my dad wasn't a simp but he believed in that thing, and that's what he taught me back then. And did and your dad probably did. He taught you like this is the way you treat girls, and this is the way, because we have a system that was working out sort of in the 50s and the 60s, and it's like yeah, it's like I don't know if they were simps, and it created a simpish sort of attitude with my father would did anything for my mother, uh, but the economics of it was different back then.
There was like more respect, I think, to the man. Like
Right, there was no respect. Well, what happened is in the 70s, the no fault divorce and the polygamy laws were dropped, and what do you call it? There was polygamy ended and no fault divorce kind of go together, and then I talk about all the time about the two tenets of barbarism that go hand in hand. If you have polygamy for females, you have slavery for men. It's just two things that
yeah,
go hand
yeah,
in hand. It's
yeah,
That's what the Civil War was about. It wasn't just about slavery; it was about polygamy too. Uh,
yeah.
but now we have female polygamy. It's okay to have baby daddy number 1, 2, 3, and 4 all paying you, and that's slavery. That's why polygamy and slavery go together, because it always works together. Lost my virginity to a hooker, and yeah, I hear them stories a lot. That's we used to have conversations about like
Yeah.
men that lost their virginities in situations where they really didn't want to lose their virginity. They just
Yeah.
wanted to do it, and then they regret that years later.
Yeah.
And I had a friend that he lost his virginity to some fat girl just to do it. And then he later on in life, he was a very handsome, really tall guy. And then later on in life, he would get drunk a little bit, and he'd be like, I regret that. And then we'd talk about it, and he's like, he didn't want to do it, but he did it because there was peer pressure on him. And he could say, oh, I slayed that girl, it was somebody's mother or something. I can't remember how it went, but he lost his virginity to a girl that he really didn't want to lose it to. A lot of men go through that, and women think that we don't feel that way, that we don't have these regrets about being raped by an older woman, like Stifler's mother, that's rape.
Yeah, and they laugh at it. Hollywood
And they laugh at it. It's like, oh, you wanted it, and then they talk about it like it was some success in there. You did Stifler's mother, yeah, you were like, oh, you're God. No, I feel bad about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, the end is female polygamy, and that's what we have now. The mgtow values in the house. Yeah, polyandry, but that's what ended in 1997. There's a lot of things that happened in the 70s. We call out to all the time. We call out to no fault divorce, but there was a lot of other acts. The Edmunds Act ended. That was the Polygamy Act, and the Edmunds Act was a different act. They ended that, and then there was this whole HHS situation where the poverty rate had dropped below a certain situation, and HHS was almost out the door. You can see it when you watched Archie Bunker. Archie Bunker is a meathead, worked for Health and Human Services.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember his character, he was always stressed out on the edge of losing his job. And then they fixed it. They manufactured poverty through these three things that they did. That was the Equal Rights Amendment, and it was the getting rid of the Edmunds Act, and then no fault divorce manufactured poverty back above the 12%. So it gave HHS the reason to be there and exist. And then they gave themselves raises. Mm-hmm. And then Ronald Reagan did the whole thing with the baby mamas and deadbeat dads thing. And he demonized. He gave everybody a dragon, and then and now it worked out now to what we have now. It's like the female polyandry is just running amok, and men are supposed to be monogamous, but women can be polyandrous and baby daddy number 1, 2, 3, and they'll force you. The government forces you to be fathered. And that's slavery. So you're a slave to and that's where the two tenets of barbarism bind. And I don't know why other people don't understand it that way, because I see it very clearly.
Yeah, I do too. You only had to explain that once to me, like or
Yeah,
like
most people don't get it. They're going to argue with me about there's some evil demon called feminism. No, there's not. There was three things that happened at that time that would very well. It was planned that way so they drive the poverty rate in the black communities up. And it hit the black communities really hard at that time, just in time for the crack epidemic too. You think about that.
Yeah, that's all planned probably.
And it's all planned, and then most of the. And
who was doing the crack though? What demographic? What was the main?
Well, that was the corporates, the corporate owners that are talking about bringing the industrial owners were bringing in. That's when we found that out, they ended our grants, and the war on drugs had come around. It was just a fake war on drugs, because "on" has 11 different meanings.
Yeah.
So
that was really big in the 80s. You're right. Just say no. Remember that campaign?
The war on drugs. Yeah, that's what I worked for with the government. I worked in the contractual sense with the government. I was a soldier in that thing, and I got to see the whole thing up front, and it didn't make no sense. And once we got close to who was really selling the drugs, they pulled back our funding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mgtow values on there posting Roe versus Wade. This is them.
But when you think about it, it all started with the 2 tenets of barbarism. You explain it when you look at the Civil War, why the Civil War happened with the and then these things go together. And we knew at that time that these things do go together. Polygamy and slavery go together like peanut butter and jelly. But now we have the same thing in the female version, because it's still illegal for a man to be polygamous, but it's legal for a woman to be polyandrous. But it's not illegal for a woman to be polyandrous, because they changed that in the 70s. So a woman can have baby daddy number 1, 2, 3. The government's going to force you into forced fatherhood, which is slavery, and that will be your. And that should wait. That should. If you explain it to a mgtow like that, that should wake every mgtow up and go, "Oh shit, I don't want to be a slave."
Yeah,
but that's what happens, because every society needs 20 to 30% slaves. Where do you get them? Well, they figured that out through poverty. It's always been debt, and slavery go together too. It's like, how do you put a person in slavery? Well, you get them indebted to you.
Yeah.
So,
terrible system. It's just
we talk about when we talk about modern day slavery, you have to understand these concepts, and most people you see the concepts of from Health and Human Services, which are still covering their asses, so they go after the concepts like prostitution and human trafficking. They make that the devil. So it's not. So it takes your eyes off of what's really happening underneath.
I know, that's why whenever life gets complicated, I just think I'm so thankful I don't have those dependents. Like, damn, it's like huge. Like, if you do, you just kind of have to deal with it and try not to.
You just have to deal with it.
Yeah, try not to let it bother you too much, and just try to work with.
Right. Yeah, I work with men
hard.
here in real life every day that have them kind of problems now navigating this system, and that's what this was all about at one point, bringing those men where they have safe harbor for a little bit so they can recoup. But mgtow didn't work out quite the way we had planned, and we don't get funding, so it's hard to do that forever. I think I just ran out of money basically to do that. There's not going to be a $5 million funder that'll fund that.
No, they want to keep people in.
Yeah, they want to keep.
They got it perfected. They have it perfected right now.
They want to keep the men working in the low-paying jobs, working 2 jobs, because that cuts down. Anytime you can get a guy doing two jobs, that's twice as good. That's twice the slavery for. That's like a win-win for them.
These guys think it's normal too.
Yeah, people think it's normal, and it's not. Once you start thinking about it, like I always say, think about it like Marcus Aurelius would think about it. Like you got to cut through the you cut through the language and then say it like it is, not like the fluffy language says it like it is. You got to get sharp with that and say, it's slavery. That's probably why it's really important to read Marcus Aurelius and see the way he thinks about things, and you can start thinking about your government like that.
What was his take on it?
No, he just has a philosophy of cutting down to the nitty gritty and saying things really sharply, really like truthfully, really honestly. And then once you do that, you start realizing that there's a lot of fluff covering up a lot of bullshit in this world. We don't say things correctly.
Like these taxes for these houses are just absurd.
Right? Yeah. They don't say that.
People don't even do the math. I mean, I have an uncle who is, he probably so $10,000 to $15,000 he's paid on this house, which is not. I guess some people pay a lot more, of course, but think about it. He's paid $10,000 to $15,000 on this house.
Yeah, that's going to some county workers that are sitting on it.
So but do the math over 30 years. Now he's been a homeowner for 35 years. So 10. Let's just say low end $10,000.
Yeah,
I mean you're spending $350,000 in taxes. You got to be out of your mind. I mean that's the power of mgtow, right? So you just don't even need an apartment. You just need to rent a room.
Yeah, that's where the racketeering is.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money, man.
These cities are cleaning up. They're providing these services that don't even exist. They're
right
like, how would you get your water delivered? No, the water company is a private service from how do you get your electric? No, that's the electric company that does that, and they're taking credit for that. How do you get your cable? No, that's the cable company. That's all paid for. I still pay for those.
It's like these people think, oh, my house is appreciated this much over. Yeah, but you're not considering the taxes. You're not considering the insurance. You're not considering the mortgage. If you have a mortgage, the interest you're paying on the loan. You're not considering the upkeep. You're not you factor all that stuff in. Really, you're not getting shit.
Yeah.
You're not really.
Them are all those non-existent services that don't really exist that they're saying. Then they're making you pay for them. That's the very definition of racketeering.
I think the smart people are honestly renters. I mean, because they don't have any responsibility. If something breaks, hey, call the landlord.
Even that's a win-win for the rich and these people, because then you're paying rent on a house that you should own. Everybody should have the.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, when you're a proletariat, when you're a working person, what essentially you're doing is you're building the community, and you should have the right to take part in that community in home ownership.
Right, you're paying the.
Now you have to pay this person that's on a class higher than you to live. Right. That's classism.
Yeah. That's right. Well, I own 2 properties, which isn't a lot, but it's I own one of them outright. But
I explained it like when during COVID, when they're like, okay, people aren't able to pay their rent. And a lot of people, they were giving these moratoriums for rent. And I said, well, you guys are thinking about it wrong. It's not that people aren't able to pay their rent. It is rent. That's the problem. It's not that people weren't able to pay their rent. The problem was rent, that people have to pay rent.
Right. They shouldn't have to pay rent. And you should be able to hunt and fish and without licenses and all this. You should be able to food shouldn't cost so much money. You should be able to.
No, some of the fishing licenses and stuff are a good idea because they provide the water sanctuaries, and that's like a service that like if you look at it from where I'm on Lake Erie, there's a lot of perch and walleye out there because we have these areas that we pay for that we breed the fish in, and we release them. So you have good fishing. That's what your license is for that. So that's a good one. But when you start talking about like auto licenses and stuff like that, them are another non-existent services that they're giving you. There's no real service there. They're just saying if you go 35 miles an hour on a 25, you might kill someone, so we're going to give you a ticket. So you have to be licensed, and you got to pay some other guy for a for this other non-existent service was his insurance. Now, insurance is good in a way if it really worked. And it would be much cheaper if if uh, if there was some honesty in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that like the tickets that the police give out are just for a non-existent service. They're a make believe of ifs and buts and mights. You might hurt somebody if you're going too fast. Well, that's a might. It could happen. What did Carol Lewis or Carol and what did he say about those things? There's mights, there's ifs, there's buts, but it ain't.
Okay.
And that's logic. And there's a lot of ifs and mights that you might do. You might break. You if you're going 60 and a 25, you might run into somebody. But I tested that, and I observed. I went 35 miles an hour up and down my street, which is a 25, for almost 10 years straight every day, and I never ran. I never killed nobody. So I guess that law is wrong.
Yeah.
Lewis Carroll, yeah, that's it. It was in that's one of the chapters in if you Deborah Wagner's book about logic. She's a mathematics teacher. She teaches about logic. If you ever get a chance to read it, one of the chapters is Lewis Carroll and mights and ifs and buts, and then he gives the quote from that Lewis Carroll gives in The Looking Glass. Yeah, I think it was The Looking Glass. Which Tweedledee or Tweedledum says, and it's very logical. He says it might be this way, it could be this way. If it's that way, it would be, but it ain't, and that's logic. One of my
go ahead, sir.
One of my favorite quotes from Lewis Carroll was actually a logician. He was a genius, mathematical genius.
Lewis Carroll.
Yeah, Lewis Carroll. Yeah, I don't know if that was his real name. What his real name was? If that was a pen name.
Just reading some of the chat, like just.
Yeah, we got a good chat going today.
You were doxing yourself? Who's he talking about? Who's Jim talking about? You were doxing yourself?
Who was?
It has to be me, right? If you already showed
Yeah,
me.
don't give away too much information on yourself. You don't have to. There's no need. Sometimes when you do things like this, remember when I used to not show myself, and then there was like a desire for people to know me better. So I doxed myself a little more, and I doxed myself a little more, and I doxed myself a little more. Now everybody knows everything about me.
Yeah. Well, I make stuff up. I make stuff up too. So
okay, yeah, but if you're do this long enough, you'll eventually dox your whole life out, and then people start making shit up, and that's what happened with the other group. It's like they couldn't. There was always a demand for me to give more of myself.
Yeah.
So I finally just said, okay, I'll just show myself, and you can see me, and I'll tell you about my life here and what I'm doing, and then I shared all that information. But then it actually got worse there for a while because people started demanding more. It's like it's like
set boundaries and whatever.
You have to set boundaries on that thing, and unless you want to totally, there is the protection of once you self-dox yourself, people have nothing to throw at you anymore. It's like, this is what I am. I'm a normal, average guy.
Well, me too. Yeah, that's all. We don't.
A little over average in some things, a little under average in other things. It's like, I'm not the alpha male, Matthew McConaughey, which I always joke about. I wish I was that good looking.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not. I have a normal life,
yeah, exactly.
But that was the point. Most of us MGTOWs are normal guys. We're just these guys that you see every day on the street that have to deal with this group, this gender dynamics thing that's way out of fucking control. But nobody knows how to articulate what the problems are. That's where I excel.
Well, yeah, like, and just the way they gaslight every people with the gender dynamics, like women are the oppressed ones.
Yeah, women are the oppressed ones, and men are so we're well. The last time I looked, I don't have a pool of money in my backyard, and I don't get those coupons delivered in my mail that they say I get. You know, those oh look, $100,000 to do anything I want with. I don't have a fucking pool of placenta that I bathe in every day. Like you would think I was the devil if you never met me. The patriarch, was the devil. The way they put it, but we're not that. We're just normal.
Yeah. No, these blue pill guys, they must know something's up. They just don't explore it or whatever. I don't know what they're doing.
You gotta know something's up. Even when I was a blue pill guy, I knew something was up. There was something funny about everything.
Right. Right.
Like I say all the time, something didn't smell right. But you just don't know how to articulate that.
Yeah. Yeah, they know something's up. They can't be.
Yeah, they can't be. Like when I talked to Joe Buddy,
they can't. Yeah,
and Charles and those guys that are like the half in, half out of MGTOW things. They got 1 foot in, 1 foot out in marriage, and they have to know something's up, and that there's a gun in the room, and they could experience total horror at the mere thought of a woman. If she ever want to pull that gun out, their life will change so dramatically.
That's why you better have married guys out there. You had your Father's Day cake and you got your wife and 2 kids and everything's going good. But I tell you what, you better have an escape plan where you have some money and like hide some money and whatever. You still better. You better give yourself an out, like from that thing. She will turn on you. I don't hope she doesn't, but there's a chance she might.
Yeah, I hope that it doesn't get violent. Hope she doesn't employ like what happened to me with thugs, and hope that they don't try to kill you, and hope that you have something left at the end of that.
Right. Like insurance policies and all this kind of thing.
That changes like that. It's in a blink of an eye, in a second. The darkness comes in a second.
Right, the dark side of human nature.
Yeah, it's like it comes in a second, and all of a sudden it's on you.
Yeah, it's like with my sisters. I thought because there's only us 3 left, and I don't want to dox myself, but anyway.
Don't dox yourself.
I'm in Seattle here with my 2 crazy sisters. Like, I thought when it was just us 3 left in the family, I thought, this is gonna be great because I'll get to. I can become closer with my sisters now, like we're all family. And it was just the opposite happened. They just got more nasty.
Yeah, that's what I thought with my family, is there was going to be a certain closeness after my parents died, but there wasn't really. That never transformed into because you get these fantasy fictions about what your family is, and you're so tight and everybody's so close, and you're really not.
No. Well, I was close with my brother and my parents, but not these two. These 2 are just like they're just, I don't know where the hell it's almost like they were adopted or something. I don't know what
you can see.
They're very odd. They're very odd.
People will protect their lives, their fantasy fiction lives that they live in, because it's working for them to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And when you go through that, and everything falls apart and all the logic in the world turns to absurdity, you're a representation of that. So they have to do something about that. They have to ostracize you because you represent the absurdity of life. And they can't have that. I mean, if they're living in that fantasy fiction zone, they can't have that absurdity, because once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Right. Because I was like in a big extended family of, right. And, out of all the, I was like, I don't want to try to, like, I've slowed down a little bit over the years, but like I was like the, strongest, one of the smartest. Like I was supposed to be the guy that was supposed to have.
That's what your
5
role
children,
was.
Yeah, that and I realized what was going on, and when I was in my late 20s, I almost got married, and
Yeah, they had a
was able
role
to
pitch
dodge
for you.
that.
Your
Yeah,
role was to take your father's place, and
yeah.
you
So
got
now, yeah, so now I was right. I was right. Exactly. Exactly. I was the one that was supposed to take over. My father, like, pretty much carried the family when he was younger.
right. You were supposed to be the father
I
then.
was supposed to be the guy that was, and now I went against all that stuff, and
Yeah, you went against it. You're not that. You're not him.
now I'm the crazy one, and
Yeah.
I'm the
Well,
meanwhile I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't
even
whatever, I
though,
don't take
yeah,
tours.
you're a school teacher that doesn't drink,
Right.
do drugs, and just
Right.
doesn't
Right.
think the way that. Now you're the crazy one.
Right. Right. Working on my second advanced degree. Okay. Well, that means anything, but
Yeah,
I'm no dummy. I mean, I don't think I'm a dummy, but like, but the thing is, like, yeah, now I'm the crazy one. He went off his rocker and this and that because I'm not a good slave. That's
yeah, yeah. When I started going to school, it was like later in life, and man, I was like so they were so against that. It was like I was doing something wrong.
yeah, because you weren't taking care of them. You were focused on your studies.
Right. I was trying to focus on myself at that point and
Right.
get
Right.
back some normality back in my life.
Yeah.
It was crazy, and it was my head was hurting back then, and the books were helping me get back to normality. And
Was that when before or after you got poisoned?
after, yeah, yeah,
When you started going back to school after you got poisoned?
right, yeah, I was trying to do courses.
Oh.
I did. I was doing courses up to that point. I did the electromechanical engineer up to that point, but that was useful for other people. Them were courses that were I was where the EMT was was for not for me. It was just something, a way to make a means to make money. It was like that. There were things I had to do, and even then it was like no one would give me any room to do that. I had to do that at night, in front of a computer with no funding and trying to figure out how to pay for each block. Yeah, the
Yeah.
block system. Remember the block system where you had to pay for the block so you can move on?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
It's like
Yeah. This is with schooling, you mean? We're talking about schooling?
yeah, it was online schooling. Some of the first online schooling was like the block
See
system,
that? Yeah.
and yeah,
My theory on that though, online, if you need to get some quick money, just do online, well, it works better if you're going to graduate school because
yeah, yeah. Oh, I could have never.
you can get yeah, all you got to do is take all you have to do is take 6 credits each
Yeah,
semester, and then you
yeah.
can
They
get like
accelerated
21,000 minus. You get 21 grand minus the
right,
for those. To be 4 classes, right? It'd be 4 classes for the year.
right. Yeah,
So if you can get the cheapest online school, and then like if you need quick money, and I try to explain this to people, and they just don't understand. Like, yeah, of course you got to pay it back, but I'm saying, like, again, if you need quick money, instead of
right,
going to a bank, if you have a 4-year degree, you're in a perfect
right.
spot.
I know the system, but I didn't qualify. I was making above like 45,000. So
Oh,
when
okay.
they look at me,
Well,
they
that
were
was
like,
way back. That was way back. But I'm saying
yeah.
now, if you have, there's always that. It goes to my theory. There's always options. But go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
like,
Tell your story. Sorry.
he asked me, well, can your parents like, and then I was like, no, I don't do that with my parents. I don't, and they said, and then it's like, how much do you make? And then once they seen, I was like, no, we're not going to, we can't help you.
Yeah.
You don't qualify for grants or loans or anything. And I was like,
Yeah.
I have a family and most of my money goes for that. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't qualify. It's like, man, so I had to work 2 jobs just to, and every book was like $800 and every, how costly it was. And it was like, every book was $800. Every course was like 900 bucks. And it's like, fuck, man, I was digging it out. And
I know. I'm like halfway through my.
it would have been better if I was just born a poor kid that was like just getting out of jail, because then I would have qualified for some.
Everything's so just backwards. Like everything. That's why I just laugh at the absurdity of it all. Like
Yeah, it was absurd. It's like I'm a guy really trying here hard.
You have to laugh at it because you'll go crazy. Like you got to protect your sanity.
Yeah, I almost got some loans because I was paying $21,000 to send my kids to Catholic school a year.
Wow.
It was like they were like, oh well, that would help if, and then it was like, yeah, well, you still don't qualify.
Yeah.
It was like just underneath. I remember the amount was like $50 or something that we were arguing about.
That's one of my biggest disappointments in life, just understanding how Catholicism is like all Christianity is like
Yeah,
a lie. It's a total lie. It's like it was so. I'm like, even now, even to this day, I'm disappointed that it's not real. It's like, I wish it was.
I would like to believe that there was some greater thing that was going to take care of me and
Yeah,
put me through some times and be
yeah,
like there for me. But it has never worked out that way, where this greater entity was ever there for me. And
no,
when the bad times came, it most certainly was not there.
yeah. I was thinking about it the other night, like just make up any imaginary friend. Like,
Yeah, you could just make up.
And said it was Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci was it? He worshipped Joe Pesci.
Hey, Joey, Camus with you right now, and he just says, just imagine yourself happy.
Yeah, exactly.
And
exactly. Make up an imaginary friend.
Camus will see you through.
Yeah. No, I was
that
talking
guy's hard.
about
It's big, and if he comes down, he'll take care of shit for you.
Yeah. It's oh man, that's why.
That's funny. I know.
It makes my head hurt. Like people, like praying. Like who are you praying to? Like it's just
who are you praying to? It's like, and it's the milk. Penn's milk is.
And even this other racket too, with these new agers talking about your higher self. Like, oh, your higher self. Like there's always an answer, right?
Yeah, they have some weird other. Yeah, that's
higher self. There's a higher self you have. Sorry,
that's the movable bar. There's this other thing that you just don't know about, and it's like it's out there. And as soon as you get in touch with that other thing, there's always the other thing. The bar moves. It's like God was like I explained, God was in the desert. Then we went to the desert and he wasn't there. So they said, oh, well, God's up on the mountain. And then we went to the mountain and we found it's not there. And they said, well, God's up in the sky. And then we went to the sky, and they asked the cosmonaut, and they said, do you see God? And he says, no, he's not there. He says, well, God must be at the edge of the universe. Now we know we can see the edge, and God's not there. Now he must be like out in the universe and bigger. We just can't see him because he's so big. the bar keeps moving,
Yeah.
But Camus would take care of you, Joey. Trust me.
Yes.
Albert will take care of you. That guy was he was like Hoka.
I remember the first guy like telling me about the Bible being a bunch of bullshit. I was like, just became a born again Christian or something. Yeah. And he was like, and I was like giving him shit, like, no, you're wrong, man, you're wrong. And I just never forget the look on his face. Like he was just like the guy was obviously a lot smarter than me, like to pick up on that.
They're pretty good at their apologetics. It's really good. It's on the money.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, they'll have you apologizing for not believing in their fake God.
Right. Because there's sin. You saw that Bill Maher clip I sent you about the guy talking about. I don't know if you saw the clip, but
Bill Maher was great when he came around with Religious movie, and he was like questioning the whole thing, and it was like that was one of my first, to atheism. Bill Maher was actually one of my first influences to atheism, where he said things that like I was like, okay, I got to question this.
Well, like if you were like, so 20 years ago, I used to do Bible studies with this guy. He was in a Harley bike gang, and then he got born again and all this kind. So he was probably like, I don't know, I was probably like in my mid-20s, and he was in his like probably around 50 something. So he was like the coolest guy in the world, he's like, to me, he was like, he went to Bible college, and he was in this bike gang, and then he got cleaned up, or the whatever, the Christian terminology.
Right. Yeah. There's always some stories. God came.
Well, he was telling me about the Bill Maher thing, because look at Bill Maher said that we should get rid of the Bible, and I said, really? I said, Bill Maher, wow, what a what's wrong with him? What would he do? So if my 25-year-old self, if that person heard my 45-year-old self now, I would say, no, no way. I go, that guy's crazy. Like the 45-year-old person's crazy. Like what happened to him? He must have believed the devil or something. Yeah, I
Yeah,
would think you would think I went insane or did something crazy. I would
you
never believe
hated
that I would be talking
yourself.
this way about Christianity 20 years later, right?
How powerful it is. They had us believing that, and
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I really liked this guy a lot. He was a
there was
good dude, but I don't know if he still believes in this stuff, but
yeah. Now that's what
it's
I always seen after I got out of the army. I started doing a Bible study every Thursday with guys that were pretty smart and everything. We started translating the Bible from the fourth century Greek, and we had to learn Latin and Greek, and
Mhm.
so there was interest there. There was we were learning something, and there was courses and stuff like that. And I did that for like 2.5 years, and there was camaraderie, right? There was a group. There was we weren't like Bible thumpers. Like we drank some beers and met at the bar and talked about it and shit and everything. But it's powerful. They had believing in that stuff, and it's like very powerful thing. After that, I started giving like seminars and stuff, and
Yeah, I was really disappointed when I really and this only happened like a few years ago, where I finally got to that point where yeah, it's all
yeah,
bullshit.
it's like yeah, you get
Oh,
to that point. It was
3, 4
hard
years ago.
yeah, to reject it too. It was you're very you're fearful most of all, right? It's like if I don't believe in God, I'm going to
Uh,
hell.
yeah, maybe a little bit, but I think it was more just because
Yeah,
it's easy to see it. Once you see it, it's like
but you see
you
it,
can
the
see this
logic
control.
untangles it, and
Yeah, logic untangles how because look how it's just so profitable for them to
yeah,
carry on this lie, and then not only financially but the power, like the power
right,
structure and how they can
yeah. And there's
control
always that
people.
thing. Like I said, it would be so nice if there was this protective entity out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
That's
right.
always
That's
the
right.
thought that I still have today. It would be, man, it would be
Right.
so nice if that protective entity would come down and help me out a little once in a while.
Right. 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 That's
I mean,
why it's almost
that's
like
a
they don't
powerful
want you to
thing,
trust your instinct. They don't want you to. That's the thing, and like you gotta. They don't want you trusting your natural instincts on
right?
things.
Yeah,
They trust God. Trust God. Well, who's God? Well, it's the ruling class, pretty much, that they set up.
right. Yeah, the
God.
ruling class protect themselves against the people they're doing wrong, so I can't
Right.
hurt them because God would say, "Don't hurt them." You know,
Right. 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 And they
you
even says it in the Bible about
right.
these government officials were put in there by God. Who are you to or
Yeah,
whatever?
don't
Right?
question them. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
Don't
keeps
question them.
that's
Yeah.
what keeps us from
Yeah.
overthrowing our government.
Right. 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 It's yeah. It's insane when people quote the Bible. It's so cringy too. And then the whole thing with slavery, they advocate
Thing that you put up
slavery.
the other day, that one about the guy on the train in Australia, Jeff put it up.
I don't know if I saw that.
You didn't see that? Oh, that was so cringy. The guy was just, and the old guy was just, shut up. Just
Oh
shut
yeah, I
up.
saw that. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that video.
It was like, oh God, this guy just keeps going on and on. And then the old guy was like, shut up. Everybody wants you to shut up.
See, even when I was a Christian, I still never got that. I never really
Oh,
was.
yeah.
I didn't Bible thump anybody really. At least I hope I didn't.
And then he
But
was
I
like,
can.
I was in El Salvador in prison for teaching the word of God. And it's like, dude, just stop. Everybody's got a story.
Yeah, it's really hard too because these guys. What happens is these guys that were marry into Christianity or whatever, or they become Christian, they marry another Christian, and now it's like, well, you get to a point where you might. It's almost like you can't even explore that it's not real because you got so much invested.
You got so much invested in it, right?
Yeah, yeah. You
In
got
the
your kids in
community
Christian
too.
school. Yeah, community. Your kid. So the guy that's the pastor's brother is your business partner, and now
Right.
you got and you got your 3 kids in the Christian school,
Yeah. Now
and
there's
now
so
you almost never break out of that. You almost can never. It's almost
right.
impossible for you to
Yeah.
break
These
out of that
people,
because you won't even explore contradictory ideas.
right. When I was in around Kent in that area, I was ostracized when I was found out to be a atheist, and they were willing to destroy me.
They're sickos, yeah.
Yeah, it's when I was doing a private
Mhm.
investigation. I was one of the people that I was investigating was the Church of Jesus Christ, which was the KKK. and I worked for the one that everybody hates, the Southern, Southern, the Southern, I can't
Baptist, Southern
remember,
Baptist,
Southern
Poverty Law Center.
Poverty Law Center. I was working for the Southern Poverty Law in that contract for to investigate the KKK and the Church of Jesus Christ in them areas. And man, they were like, once I realized, man, these people would kill me.
Oh, of course, they're rednecks.
Yeah, for not believing what they believe. And finally, I started I would get it Sunday morning. I would get like a 6-pack of beer, and then I'd just go sit in the car and pop one, and then just kind of take pictures of all the people that were coming in and out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because I didn't want to, because going in there was just, man, if they found out like that I wasn't a part of them, they would have killed me. And that's when I woke up to this is the Illuminati. These people control the neighborhood. These people, if you're not a part of their group,
of course,
they'll do things to you. And that's what the Christians are too. That, you're not a part of their group once you become an atheist. And that's where, if you want to see the Illuminati, just look out your door.
That's very true. They want to create that persona that they're all powerful, all knowing. They're all powerful, all knowing, and what's the other? They can see everything. Whatever.
Happy Father's Day.
I said it. All powerful, all seeing. What's the other one? All powerful. Yeah, all seeing, all knowing.
Yeah.
That's not right. Yeah, but that's what. Yeah, they want to create this illusion that they have all these power. Like that's a symbolism with the eye. Like they can see everything. Bullshit. You can't see shit. And if you ever come to my house, I'll punch you.
All that symbolism, and it's like,
it's all that symbolism to control people's consciousness and minds and get people in a state and all this kind of shit. In reality, right, it's that stupid little corny little guy with the stupid little outfit on the whatever. I'm gonna make fun of Catholics, but
I don't know. They have a right to in my country at least, they have a right to believe what they want, and I believe in their right to believe what they want. I just don't want them pushing it on me of that silly stuff. They force it into government, and they force it into the divorce. They force it into the marriage, the polygamy that goes on now. Is that's all they're doing. That's the traditional conservative and them doing that in our country, and that's where it bothers me. Like, where they'll say, "Well, we don't bother you." Yeah, you do bother me because your laws and you. I mean, I don't. mgtow doesn't bother anybody. Pretty much, it's like, but their laws were like, wow, your laws it's slavery. What do you do to the men nowadays? And women are allowed to be baby mom and number 1, 2, 3, and 4, have 4 baby daddies and getting 4 incomes, and just putting those men through what they do. That's where their policies are wrong, and they're pushing that into our government by their traditional conservatism.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we should look about the separation of church and state in America, at least. Australia and England and France and everything. There is no separation of church and state. These people rule, and they will kill you. I mean, look what they do to the Muslims. They just want them all to die and go away.
Right.
They want to send them all to Jesus.
Well, I heard that. I heard that the Christians created a lot of these religions too. Like I don't know. I gotta look into it more. But like a lot of these, they created it. Like I don't know what the purpose was.
Yeah, when you look at the existence of the Muslim existence with Allah in that, and when he flew on the magic horse, he was flying to Jerusalem to become a Christian, and that's
that's in the Bible, right? With the Ethiopian or whatever.
That stems from the original with Muhammad and the idol of the Temple of Idols, and then he flew on the horse to the unicorn with the horse with wings. He flew,
the unicorn. Is that Juliette Lewis?
He got the text and he brought it back, and then he smashed all the idols.
Is that Juliette Lewis, the unicorn?
Yeah, with Juliette Lewis. Oh man! Now see, they're going to want to kill us for saying that.
it's just so ridiculous. This devil thing and the whole metaphysical thing is
Little
just so
devil. Yeah, you
ridiculous.
need a devil. You always need a devil. That now in men, the devil
Yeah,
is the feminism. The feminism is the devil. You need a devil. You need an enemy, and so it can't be the state.
right, right. Yeah,
God, wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we gonna do, right?
What are you gonna do? You know, you try to explain. I try to explain. People, it's not even worth explaining to them. Like you
No.
have a right to believe what you believe, but just don't come to my door and try to sell me like trinkets and
Well, I
Bibles.
just don't like how they take advantage of it, their own people, their own
Yeah,
members.
and then they take advantage. Like, what if
Yeah,
I came to your door and I had a copy of Anton Levine's like book? Like, have you heard of Satan? you know?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. They made it the Anton LaVey boogeyman with this dark, like vampire outfit or whatever he
Yeah,
wears.
he was just an alchemist. I think that that was with the Rosemary baby thing, and the original book on that was with what was the kid's name?
Rosemary's Baby. The kid, Omen, Damien, the Omen.
Dave, the original book, Damien, was written in like the late 1800s or early 1900s and everything. Damien was just an exceptional child
Right,
that learned faster, and everybody's like, "Oh, he must be the devil."
right, right. Man.
Yeah. So when you look
Yeah,
at it,
nobody's gonna. There's no reason to live in fear. Like none of these things are real. You know.
yeah. So he's scientifically, he's seen like the absurdity of the religion. You can't have an exceptional child that sees the absurdity of religion because that must be the devil.
Yeah, there's no need to fear all these things because they're not real. They're just not. Like I had a guy a few, 2, 3 months ago. He called me the devil on the street. You know.
Yeah, did he? It's
He
like,
was like, yeah, I was just walking. I was just carrying my groceries, mind my own business.
right, yeah. When I
Like,
wear the
are you the
muzzle,
devil?
yeah, I wear the skull cap to keep my hair down when I ride my bike, but everybody thinks I'm a Muslim. And
Yeah.
it's a church lady. I was going by her one day, and he's like, "There goes the devil."
He said that to you? She said
Yeah,
that?
yeah, because I wear a skull cap to keep my hair out of my face while I ride the
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah. The whole thing is just really ridiculous. People are
Because
just stupid.
I must be a Muslim if I'm not a part of their
Mm.
community and they don't know me. I must be a Muslim. That's so ridiculous, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they moved. I'm so glad they moved. There was the pasture, and then their church closed down, and then there was some other people looking at it lately, but they moved out, and then so I don't get dirty looks every day when I ride my bike up the street to go to the store.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a rather nice Korean lady that lives there now. She waves to me and she sweeps the glass up off the street, and she's like she seen me get a flat tire once, and so she goes out there and she actually a very good community member.
Yeah. Koreans are good people. I like
Yeah.
Korean people. I like the Vietnamese people. They're like
Oh yeah, they're great, and yeah, she's really community
they're my
conscious.
favorite Asian types, Vietnamese and Koreans.
Yeah, yeah, they're really community conscious. She wants like the streets. She's always complaining these streets are so like there's glass everywhere, and I was like, I know, I get flat tire. That's why I had to go buy the $100 extra inserts inside the tires so I don't get flats all the time.
Oh yeah, you got the. Oh yeah, that's great. You don't get the flat. That's perfect. Yeah, because you can't mess around with it. Because I had a flat tire, and that's the worst feeling in the world.
Oh
When you
yeah, I got the little repair kit that I keep underneath the seat, but still, if you don't got water, so you can detect where, and you don't have like you got to take that tire apart there,
no,
and
that's the worst. Yeah.
and like I have to keep extra wrenches, exercise wrenches in because my shaft is a half-inch shaft. It's a pretty big shaft on the e-bike. And like that's a pain in the ass. If I get a flat on the back, I'm really screwed, and I got to walk it home, and it's heavy. Sometimes I'm not around the house either. I'm like 5 miles away.
Hmm.
And walking a bike for 5 miles is a real pain in the ass. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, especially when it's hot. And
Yeah. Now with the tennis guards, they're foam about that thick, and it's like I could just ride home on the foam.
yeah, yeah, I know it's weird, huh? How people they see you wearing like a thing in their head. I think you're
Yeah, this even this one. You know what this is? This is a sailor's cap. It's a sailor's mechanic's cap. It's an old fashioned one, and they'll go like, "Oh, are you a Muslim?"
yeah. They got a Muslim thing in where I live, and I think it's the coolest thing. Like they meet on Friday, like
Do they?
you know,
That's cool.
yeah, I mean on Friday afternoons. I was like, that'd be a cool place. You just tell like they're just having a good time and
Yeah.
meeting each other, and it's like, yeah, I just think it's kind of cool. Like Friday afternoons always a kind of symbolic. The work week's over, and you kind of just you're relaxed, and you got a nice weekend ahead of you, and I don't know. I
Yeah.
just think it's a cool time to meet.
I can wear this one. It's the neck beard fedora look.
Yeah. But yeah, no, but it is kind of interesting. Like people don't even think about things like this. Like, um, God, I'm paying $70 for this hotel tomorrow. Yeah, it's too much money.
$70 for that hotel.
It's a lot. No, I mean, it's not. It doesn't sound like a lot. There's a Super
Yeah, but
8,
it's
which
every day.
Super 8's actually pretty good. People don't understand. Super 8s are really good. They're like really good. There's like a microwave, a fridge.
Yeah, I
It's
like
got
the
carpeting.
efficiencies that they have.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like so. Motel 6s generally you want to stay away from those, but like the Super 8s are like they're like the highest end of the low end and the lowest end of the high end. So
Yeah.
it's actually really good value, but still a lot of money because your average, average cost for a rental in a decent area is like 30 or $40 a night,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, you get the
So
whirlpool inside. That's what I was trying to say. The whirlpool. Do you got a whirlpool in there?
the pool's closed here. They're
No, the
renovating.
whirlpool inside the room.
Oh no, I've been in some of those. No, they
Yeah,
don't.
them are great when if you
Oh,
get
they
the room.
might. No, I don't know. I haven't checked. No, I don't think they do. Not in
Yeah,
Super
because
8.
some of them in the Super 8s and the even the Comfort Inns, they have the whirlpools inside the room, and if you get lucky and get one, you're like, oh man,
Yeah.
I could just sit around in a whirlpool.
Is the Illuminati going to visit me now in the Super 8?
Yeah, for
They
having
know
too
that I'm here.
much.
They're going to knock on my door in the middle of the night.
Yeah, they'll be like,
That's cool.
Joey Aragon, you're having too much R&R. You got to get out and
Yeah,
suffer.
we can track you. No, but I was just going to say one of the things that's interesting about like these religions is how, like, why is it so divided by race, right? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I think most, you know what I mean? Like it's so divided by race. Like I don't know if I've ever seen one like Caucasian person in that Muslim like worship center. Like, I don't
Yeah,
think I've seen one Caucasian. They've mostly been like Middle Eastern descent.
Middle Eastern defense.
So,
Okay, yeah,
so it kind of gives you an idea of like how religion is just so,
yeah. We have
like
a
because if religion was real, if these religions were real, you were like the what do you call it? The physical characteristics of a person wouldn't really matter, right? It would just everyone would be accepted into that,
yeah. We have a
certain place of worship, right?
yeah. We have a Serbian. It was a Serbian Muslim thing, like
Yeah,
up the street, and they look like, almost like me, like big beards and it was kind of weird. But the Christians, they were in front of boycotting it one day. It was like,
yeah. Why? Why are
you
they boycotting?
crazy? They're allowed to do that.
That's crazy. Of course it is. Of course they're allowed to do that.
They were
I mean,
gonna.
if it gives people comfort, I guess if it gives people comfort, I
Yeah,
mean,
it gives them the same comfort you get from your religion. So why don't they? They go there and commune with people that think like them,
yeah.
ask their fake god for like to come down and bestow with riches, and what the Christian heaven is, when everybody's got more money than everybody else. That's the good
Yeah.
heaven.
Everyone's got more money, but yeah, the streets are paved with gold. I mean, all this kind of nonsense. Like, who
Yeah,
cares? Like, you're advocating a life of sacrifice and or whatever they do, long suffering, and then now you're giving an incentive of gold and riches. Like,
yeah, golden riches is good. That's the oh shit, I
well,
forgot.
it's like I thought about what you said. Oh, what's that? You got to run?
No, I forgot to call my buddy today. He was going in for a heart valve
Shit. You want to
transplant.
call him? Are you gonna call
No,
him
I'll
later?
get him tomorrow, and
Let's make a little note, I guess.
yeah, if he's still alive, I was supposed to call him.
No, he'll be alive.
Yeah, I hope he's.
Unless the Illuminati didn't get him, if they were listening to this podcast, they're going to just do a clean sweep tomorrow and take care of me and you and your friend and everybody.
Yeah,
Because they got all this power, Joe. They're so powerful.
They're gonna do that balloon thing, and they got a triple bypass, and then the other thing, the
Oh, okay.
So he's like, whoa, he's got a lot to go through today.
What was I going to tell you? Oh yeah, that whole thing you were saying about these rich people, how the ruling class or whatever, they sell people hope. You know, like they give
Yeah,
you, they have all these nice little things, and then they sell you hope. It's like
yeah,
all these things that are not tangible. That's what
yeah.
they
Rich
tell you.
people want more, and poor people get hope. You can hope to become
Yeah.
them. Yeah, that's Simpson's
Yeah,
paradox.
they sell you hope, and it's not even based on this whole system's not based on merit. That's the one thing that was really
I
annoying.
see a
Like,
lot of people like buying into that hope thing. Like, dude,
yeah,
it's going to get better. It's going to get better. And the only way things are going to get better is if you take a positive action to make things better.
right.
And
Well, they're always saying too, like, oh, if you work hard enough, that's not even true. It's not even true if you work hard
it's not
enough.
even
What are you
true.
talking
Yeah,
about? I mean, it's good to work hard and make goals and
right.
all this kind of stuff, but you shouldn't kill yourself to do that, first of all.
Kill
But
yourself. Yeah.
but a lot of
But
times
they
they're
do that.
selling you this false thing that you're going to get a promotion or you're going to do that. No, the promotion goes to the guy that drinks the beer with the boss. The promotion goes to the
Yeah,
woman
right,
who's out boning the boss. You know,
right.
whatever. Right? Those are getting. They're not based on like merit.
Yeah, they do that transvaluation of value too. Like if you become that rich man, you can't get in heaven. You know, like it, it's like it's really a weird thing that they do. You're inspiring to become better, but don't become too good because then you're part of their group.
Yeah. Hey, your buddy Bering's in the chat.
Yeah, I seen him earlier, and he's happy Father's Day to everybody. And
Yeah. Eric Wingard too, the OG mgtow
oh, gee, Wingard.
from the Netherlands. From the Netherlands.
Yeah,
He's a big soccer fan. They had a good soccer team years ago. I remember like
yeah, they
Netherlands.
did. You know who is that one guy that used to come on? Used to use the name for the guy that was playing soccer for the Netherlands, and he was
Yeah.
a speedster. He was the runner. I can't remember. He used
Yeah.
to come around a lot, and I thought that was pretty cool that he knew that. But your name, Joey Aragon, that was the shortstop for the Minnesota Vikings that took Knobloch's place for the 2 weeks, and he that
Yeah.
was that was Joey Aragon, and he was the best shortstop I ever seen, and he batted like 458 or something. And then he lost his job to somebody else. It was like
Not
it's
much.
like yeah, it was Knobloch, and who was the shortstop at that time?
Craig Gagney. Craig Gagney.
Gagney. Yeah, he couldn't get past Gagney, but he was a great, and he never made it. And then he retired from baseball and became a school teacher in California. Joey Aragon was. Yeah, it was like it was. But I'm like the only person in the world that remembers that because
I
I used
remember
to
this guy. Oh yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I used to like the Minnesota Vikings or the Minnesota Twins when they were
Yeah.
winning, especially when they had the great pitching
Oh
there.
yeah. Frank Viola, Burt Bylevin.
Yeah, Blyleven and what was Morrison? Morris Scott.
Jack Morris. You know,
Jack
it's funny how like Viola was better than Burt Bylevin, but Bylevin
Yeah,
made the Hall of Fame because he had a better long-term career. But Viola was really good,
Viola
man.
was really good too. Yeah, he was a shutdown.
Yeah,
Morris would come in and just, man, anytime there was a crucial game, you just sent Jack Morris out there and he was like on the money.
yeah. Sweet music. I think they call it sweet music or something.
Yeah, he went to Toronto after that, Jack Morris, and then
Yeah, Jack Morris went to Toronto. He was on
yeah,
Detroit.
he's the announcer for Minnesota now, isn't he?
Yeah, he was tough.
Yeah, he was tough. I love that. I love that whole team was just great. I wish I could
Yeah,
remember all their names.
they
But
were good. They had Kirby Puckett and
Kirby
Jimmy
Puckett,
Fallon,
yeah,
quarterback.
yeah, the right
Knobloch,
fielder,
quarterback.
Chuck Knobloch and
They had Gaetti a third. He was
yeah,
great.
Gaddy was at third. Gagney was Greg Gagney was at
Yeah,
shortstop.
yeah. They had what else did they have on that team? Was Lonnie Smith on that team?
Oh, the outfielder was like great. The center fielder was
Kirby Puckett.
yeah, and then there was a right fielder which went to Cleveland after he left there. He was a power hitter.
I don't know.
What was his name? I can't remember his name, but yeah, that whole team was just great. But Joey Aragon played on that team too.
He was on that team. I don't
Yeah, Joey Aragon was on that. He was the shortstop for like when the Gagney got hurt, and
Yeah.
and he was great. He was like he never didn't have one error, and for it was almost a half a season or something he played. He didn't have one error. He was batting like 458, and then Gagne came back. They sent him down to the minors, and he never came back up.
Yeah.
I was like, how perfect! This great player, and now he's a school teacher in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, he teaches athletics, and he's an athletic teacher. I guess he did okay in life, but he should have been like the shortstop for the Minnesota Twins. Or someone should have picked him up. I thought that was really unfair.
Chili Davis, is that the guy?
Chili Davis, right? Chili Davis was on that team too, and
yeah, he was good too. Chili Davis is good.
Yeah.
Did they win the World Series? Yeah, they won that World
Yeah,
Series.
they won a World Series. Yeah, I remember watching that. Jack Morris closed it off.
Atlanta. I remember they played Atlanta. Baseball was fun back then. At that time.
Yeah, there was Atlanta had great pitching.
Yeah.
Minnesota had great pitching. Toronto was pretty good, and Cleveland was a terror, and the Yankees
Jack
were
Buck used to do the games. Jack Buck,
yeah, that's when baseball was great. I did that whole era that you had so many better players. It was
George Brett and
George Brett, yeah.
I saw. Well, the reason I saw George Brett because I saw his sign. George
Brett,
legend,
the first base legend. He was George Brett, and I can't remember his name now. He was first baseman.
Yeah. For Steve Balboni or what?
Carl was it Carl?
Carl 14, the
Minnesota.
Herbeck. You talking about Herbeck?
Kent Herbeck was in the right field. Yeah.
No, he was first base. Herbeck was first base.
First base, yeah. He was
Mike Pagaroula. No.
Legend, all-star, Hall of Famer.
For minute 14. For Minnesota.
Yeah.
Well, it was Puckett.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Huh? No, not important. They had a great team. That was the important part.
Oh yeah, they were really good. Yeah, they were really good.
Yeah, you don't see teams like that anymore. It's like,
well, they don't have it. It's now. It's all about
it's the
business side of it.
The business end of it's just not the same. It doesn't get you you don't get the opportunity to see guys, gel like that team. Even Cleveland, was the same idea. It was Albert Bell and what's his name, Andy Ramirez, Jim Thome, and they didn't have the greatest pitching in the whole world. They're always searching for a pitcher, but guys would come through.
Yeah. That reminds me of the Kansas City Royals. Remember, like when they had that good team? Like I think it was a while ago. I don't know.
Yeah, they haven't had a good team for a while.
No, but remember when they won the World Series? What year?
Yeah, Kansas City. I can't remember who the pitchers on that team were.
2000. I want to say 14 or something. 15.
Yeah. It wasn't that far away.
But that team was that's what they did. They just they pretty much had all those guys in the minors. I think where they were playing against, like Hosmer and Gordon, Lorenzo Cain, all those guys. Like they were all, they all played in the minors together. I think. Like you said, you don't see a lot of that, but that's what the Royals did.
A lot of that anymore. Yeah,
they didn't have a huge payroll or anything, and they won it that year.
Right? Yeah. The payrolls weren't that big back then.
2015.
Yeah, I think Atlanta was really good too at that point, and they had Maddox and
90s. You're talking about the 80s, late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, Maddox and Glavine and Schmaltz and
Pirates were good too. Yeah, the Pirates were good too.
Yeah, the Pirates were good. That was Barry Bonds and Bonilla.
Bobby Bonilla. Yeah.
Bobby Bonilla and Barry Bonds and Oh, they had that right fielder. That's maybe the right fielder I was thinking of. He was he was really charismatic and
Um, you talking about the Braves?
the Pirates.
Oh, yeah, Vandy Van Slyke.
Andy Van Slyke, yeah, he was like he had a lot too much personality, didn't he?
He was from upstate New York. Yeah, he was from Utica, I think. Yeah,
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 with
he was. Yeah, he was a great player. He was a really good player.
yeah, I think I missed that. I missed that game that they were played in. That's like I missed that whole series for some reason. Oh, I think I was away. I was working.
I remember Sid Bream got thrown out at the plate. Like he sent him, or he didn't get thrown out. He scored. Or
Yeah, I think I was trying to listen, but it was like
Sid
we were.
Bream scored. Yeah, he scored.
It, I think that was when I was down in south. um,
Yeah, yeah. Sid Bream scored. Well, Andy Van Slyke was 274. Wow, he was a good player. He was a good player. 1,562 hits. He should have took steroids. He might have made it.
yeah, you should have. Benelia and Bonds were both on steroids, but that was the steroid era.
Yeah,
Uh,
Bobby Bonilla. Yeah, he was definitely on steroids. Yeah,
yeah,
both were. Well, Bonds was for sure.
yeah.
You think they'll get in? You think he'll get in? Him and Clemens.
Him and Clemens.
What do you think about the Pete Rose thing? Let me ask you that real quick.
Oh man, that's so old, and that anybody that looks at Pete Rose stats just knows he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame,
Of course.
and just basic on stats and what
303 career average, Joe.
yeah,
303,
career average, and he's just
42.56 in hits.
yeah, he's a great hitter, and it's like
Two-time
yeah,
MVP, Rookie of the Year, and MVP.
I think there was just some discussion about letting him in last year or something, but with an asterisk.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
like you just tell the story truthfully. Just say he was involved with this, but he was a great
No.
player. You can be two things at once. You know, you can be a cheater and a gambler, but you can be a great player too. It doesn't take away from him being a great player. He was just a great player, except that he ran over Ray Fosse and ended his career.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy, Pete Rose. You ever hear him talk? Like he's like a
Yeah,
Marcus Ramirez. He just tells the truth. He doesn't care. He doesn't care
yeah.
for it. He
He
doesn't give
moved
a
to.
shit.
It's funny where he moved to. That I thought that was the funniest thing. He opened a restaurant across from the Baseball Hall of Fame there, like in Cooperstown.
Well, he lives in Vegas now.
He lives in Vegas. Yeah, he was living in Cooperstown or Coopers.
He was?
Yeah, he was a resident, and that was like that was funny.
Oneana Cooperstown? And,
Yeah, yeah,
upstate New York?
Odiana. Yeah, yeah, he was a resident there. I think he did it just to be like like a dick.
Area. That's a really nice area.
Yeah.
Or Oneana, and I used to work out there.
Well, did you work out there?
Yeah,
Oh, you
Oneana
worked.
and Cooperstown. Yeah, I used to cover that area.
I like everything about New York except for New York, and yeah, and Albany.
Yeah, me too. I don't. I used to work in Albany too when I was a kid, and I was a teenager. I used to.
Yeah.
People
No,
there, they're so like they got that New York City attitude. You're totally right. New York City is like they think they're hot shit, and it's like
yeah. Now,
that's
if you
why
go,
I cringe when I tell people I'm from New York. They think I'm from the city. It's like, geez,
yeah.
I'm that much of an asshole.
If you go up onto Ontario, there at the peak, there where all the parkland is, that's probably the most beautiful area in the country.
Where?
Up at the peak, the top where the parkland is.
New York State.
Yeah, west or east, all the way east up where you get up towards Maine, and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and you got
All
all
right,
the
Adirondacks.
yeah, you got the parks up at the Adirondacks. I mean, there's no. I mean, when you look at the views and the mountains and the everything up there,
Mount Marcy.
yeah, it's just beautiful.
Oh yeah. They used to have an Adirondack soda. Adirondack.
Adirondack soda.
My mother used to buy it. Yeah, she used to buy this Adirondack soda, and
I think I remember that. I can't.
Yeah, I miss my parents, man. They were such good people, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about my
They were
father.
so smart. They were so smart. They had like elementary education, but they were just so crafty and smart, and they just they just were nice people. Like I remember my father had his car broke down, and this guy like helped him. My father wasn't too good of a mechanic, but this guy like helped him, get it started and get it going. And my father made wine every year, so he brought the guy like all these like wine and all this like he went back there like that's my father for you. Like the next day, he went
Yeah,
back there and we brought him all these Italian, like we used to make our own like meats and cheeses and sauces, and he brought this guy like a smorgasbord of stuff. I'm like, because I asked my mother, where did he go? And he said he went to bring, like that was my father for you, And I think we're missing a lot of that in our culture today, where people just they just have this entitlement, where you know, they expect people they don't say thank you, they don't, return favors, whatever.
right. Yeah, you actually don't live too far from the area. It's Black River Wild Forest and High Peaks Wilderness and Five Ponds up in that area.
Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta look it up. No, I'm not far from.
Yeah, you're a Tupper Lake and Lake Placid, and
No,
that, yeah,
no. I've been up there. I've been up there.
yeah. That's just
Just
not
in
too
the
far from
trail.
Syracuse. You like what, 100 miles, 200.
Even like Ogdensburg and St. Lawrence River. That's really nice too. Like that up
Yeah,
there.
yeah. The St. Lawrence and up Burlington and
Yeah. It's
Plattsburgh.
beautiful up there. Yeah.
Yeah,
But we get those retards from the city that come up and with their retardedness, and no, I don't know. They're not that bad. They're
yeah,
just annoying because they're just like, I don't know. They're just, I don't know. I don't know why they bother me, but they're just hype. They're just, I don't know. They don't say thank you, stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, Syracuse was actually the nicest town I'd ever visited. It's like so nice.
Yeah.
It was unbelievably weird being from Cleveland and like it's like
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Central New York is like, it's pretty good. We got our little quirky shit too, but it's not that bad. And we have the best Italian food in the country, pretty much.
yeah, that's what
Nice.
I would like to go up to Syracuse and go to an Italian restaurant because we have none here.
Oh, we got tons. Yeah, we got tons. We got tons,
Yeah,
and we got that Green Lake State Park, and that's my go-to spot.
yeah, we used to have one Italian restaurant. He closed down and became a real estate guy and just doesn't do it
Oh,
no.
really?
Yeah, now we don't have an Italian restaurant.
Yeah, yeah. Tupper Lake's like 3 hours. Yeah, it's not that bad.
Pepper Lake's about 3 hours. Yeah,
Yeah, I should have went there instead, huh? Watertown's nice too up there. Pretty
nice.
nice. Yeah, that's a good little town too. That's another nice little town, man. That whole area up there is like they got some. Yeah, we got it. And then there's like little towns from Rochester to Syracuse that are really good, like
Right.
Geneva,
Yeah.
Seneca Falls, and Clifton Springs, and all these places that are really. But you're right, Albany's a total disaster.
Oh, it is a disaster. Yeah, that's the armpit
Yeah,
of. I
it's
don't
a
know. It's a
disaster
nice
because of the.
city if you're a government worker.
Oh my God, they're so ridiculous out there. I mean, they're so pathetically ridiculous. 'Cause I used to go to these bars when I was in college, and all the state workers will come out like on a
Yeah,
Friday and Saturday, and they walk around like they're hot shit. And
yeah. They all think they're authority figures.
yeah, they all think they're like special. Like it's like Washington D.C. It's like a smaller version of Washington
Right.
D.C.
Yeah. Everybody thinks they're an authority figure. That's like being
Yeah,
in a small town. All the city workers think they're authority figures, and they're not.
right.
That's what we get around here. The city workers think they're authority
Right.
figures. It's like you're not.
No, no, and you go to you have to get to past Utica, and once you get to Utica, it kind of clears the air. All the idiots are pretty much gone.
Yeah.
Utica's kind of a rundown city, but there's a lot of still nice, good Italian restaurants and a lot of
Yeah.
undercover mob guys there.
Okay. I just took a ride one day. It was like it was a long ride. It was like up through New York and up towards that area, and then I got on some small highway, and it was
Yeah,
like, and then you start seeing like the same thing in Ohio too. Once you get away, you start seeing the barns and the fields, and you get up to the mountains up there, and it's like Yeah, it gives you a different outlook on. I always thought New York was like New York City. The whole state was like New York City,
Yeah,
and everybody was an asshole. And then you start seeing, the rest of it, and you go, "Oh, I can really appreciate this."
yeah, yeah. New York City. When's the last time you were there?
Oh God, 1979. I went once into New York City.
Wow. That
Late,
well, that was a
late,
time when there was a lot of crime then, I think.
late 1979. I was in Fort Lee, and we had a weekend off with the holiday and something, so we all went up to New York and just to do it, and it was like horrible.
Yeah, yeah, it is horrible. And then you got all those tolls that they charge. Like, it's like, how
Yeah,
could you be happy living in a city where you're paying 10 to or 20, $30 a day in toll or whatever the hell it is? It's like
right.
absolutely insane. It's like,
Yeah, we took a bus up, and then we had to take the subway around, and then I was like,
yeah.
once you see that for your first time in your life, and well, the 70s, early 80s, that was like, what the fuck?
Oh my God, what a disaster. I mean, I drove through well, from LA to Kansas. I only had one toll in Kansas. Kansas actually has a toll.
Yeah,
I had to pay $4,
you
which
had to
is
pay $4 in a toll in Kansas. Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah. It was
went
in
to Kansas
Wichita or
City
whatever.
once, but I can't really remember it because I think I was drunk.
Yeah, yeah. It's Kansas City is freaking hopping, man. It's
That
nice.
used
I like it. I like it
my,
a lot.
my go-to joke was I just got drunk and ended up in Kansas City.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's where civilization begins
Yeah,
and ends in Kansas City, pretty much. And
yeah,
but New York, there's nothing. But the thing is, it gets really. Today was really hot and it's
and that
boring,
that
flat.
kind of
And
really
I
happened.
don't. Yeah, they don't have the lakes in New York, and
Yeah, that
then you
kind of
start missing the rain, and you start missing you actually start missing the rain a little bit and just the
yeah.
moisture, a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the humidity up here right now is like it's like you're not really sweating, it's just the moisture dripping off you from the humidity.
Yeah, I haven't seen rain in 6 weeks. Shit.
We're supposed to get a thunderstorm. There's a thunderstorm warning. There's supposed to be a big one coming through here soon.
Yeah, yeah,
This is when I lose my gas grill. It tips over and busts every year, and
yeah, yeah. Oh, the gas grill.
yeah, I lose all my outdoor fixtures and a piece of my house. I'll have to fix like as soon as the first thunderstorms come through. You know how
Wow.
it is. They come off the lake, and it's like hurricane like style.
Yeah, yeah. But, yeah, it's interesting in different parts of the country. I mean, if I grew up in Kansas City, I mean, I would probably never leave, right? Or a city like this where there's a lot to do, and
Oh
but,
yeah,
I got no family here. I got no roots, and it's
yeah.
just different. It gets to the point you just got to find your happy place, and I think I
What's
found mine.
what's the demographic of Kansas City? Is it like
I don't know. I mix, like I don't know.
mixed? Is really mixed? Polish, Irish,
No,
Italian,
I think it's mostly European and
European? Okay,
probably. Yeah, I think there's obviously a lot of Protestants in the Midwest, right? Like,
okay, yeah, probably, yeah.
but I don't. There's not a lot. I don't think there's a lot of Asians or Latina.
A lot of Asians, no Latinos allowed.
I mean, probably not a lot. I mean, they're mostly in the southwest, right? Like the Latinos, and then the Asians are kind of West Coast, pretty much.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, and well, they're on New York City, of course.
okay.
But Kansas City, yeah, I don't know. Mostly white people. I think it's a lot of white.
We just can't find a place where there's just half Italians and half Irish, and we just both moved there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm trying to find. Well, I think that's like a lot. Yeah, like yeah, yeah,
That might be Australia.
yeah.
We gotta go.
I'm trying to think. Boston. Well,
Yeah.
Boston's always. It's funny though. You notice where all the Irish and Italians are, like typically good cities, like Boston, and
Yeah.
like it's like all the New York City's got tons of Italians. I mean, no shit. It's like the foods. They always say the food's really good. No shit, the best Italian food. Yeah, like it's. We got a lot of Irish stuff in upstate. Like neighborhoods up there, and I
Yeah.
know when there's a gambler out there, and at the casino. He's an Irish guy. He bets a lot, man. He's like broke every other week though. He's betting like thousands of dollars, and the next day he's like broke, and then he's like he's buying everybody dinner one day, and the next day he's like got 25 cents in his pocket, and
Yeah, gamblers.
he's a good dude though. He's a good guy. Yeah.
Gambling's a disease.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's just it's a chemical. I think it's a chemical addiction.
Yeah,
I think a lot of times.
addiction.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a chemical. That's why I have empathy towards people who drink a lot, because that's not an easy one to kick. I had a friend in high school. He's an alcoholic now, and his father drank like every day. And it's like, I like the kid, but I really don't hang out with him that much because he drinks a lot. But it's just sad to see that, he's just kind of just right before my eyes. He's kind of deteriorating away. And
Yeah, send them down to me. I'll cure.
yeah, I know you're talking about some like ways to help with that, like social activities is one of them.
Right. Yeah. Social activities and see
Yeah.
dig down deep.
Works. Why? What else works? Yeah, because that chemical addiction is hard to snap, huh?
Right. Yeah. Either it's one of two things. Either there's a reason why he drinks, or he's got an allergic reaction to alcohol. Now you could test. Just take a little alcohol, put it on a needle, and give him a little prick, and then a clean needle prick, and then see if the one with alcohol gets infected. Then he's got an allergic reaction to alcohol, and or it's the other one where he's just trying to drink himself to death because there's bad episodes in his life, and which is more common. Not a lot of people are actually allergic to alcohol.
Yeah, I
But,
know. Drink.
Yeah,
when you're drinking every day, that's definitely something.
Right. It's post-traumatic stress, or 65% of alcoholics just have female problems.
Wow.
That's
it's funny. It's funny because it's interesting you say that, because I never had a big problem with drinking, and I was kind of like a half mgtow even when I wasn't a mgtow, and I entirely gave up drinking about 12 years ago, and that's when I got a little stronger with mgtow, and I got stronger and stronger and stronger, and I have no desire to drink now over
yeah. Once you start doing the mgtow, it's like drinking, because it calms that area where it takes the stress away, and most people drink because of stress and problems, and underneath stress, and that's the drinking to make that go away. Once you find the root of the problem, you no longer drink, and most mgtows stop drinking, and okay, life's cool, no reason to. Now if I drink, I think, I'm just going to get a headache and feel like shit.
Oh, exactly, and then all the money you spend too, and then and also the potential for making mistakes goes way up.
Yeah, because actually, life as a mgtow is better than life as a drunk. And it's like,
well, one of the reasons why I stopped drinking too is because I read these news stories and all these crazy situations that come up,
right.
and it was always like an alcohol was involved.
Yeah, it's always alcohol. Violence fueled by alcohol.
Yeah.
So once you turn mgtow, your life is better than the parties and everything. And that's what I always point out in the book, the electric Kool-Aid acid test. That's what David Cassidy was saying. He says you do these drugs so you get life is good while you're doing them, but you should try to make your life better than that point, and then you stop doing the drugs because life is better.
Yeah. Wait, say that again.
If when you're younger and you test, you're just testing out drugs and everything, you're experimenting and everything, and doing the drugs is pretty good. You get happy and life's pretty good and everything, but you should try to make your life better than that, and then you won't need the drugs because life is better than doing the drugs.
Yeah.
And that's what it is being a mgtow. When you're a mgtow, your life is better than all that misery. It's
right.
It's so why you don't even need to drink. You don't need to.
Right. That's where I'm at. I don't even need to drink. Right. I'd rather just go in the park and go see the lake.
Now, if I drink a beer now, it's just I'm going to get a headache. That's the way I think. It's like I can go do mgtow shit, go down to this little pond here or this lake where I'm at, and just be happy with life. And once you get to that point, it's like you don't need to do all that other silly shit because your life is good. It's the human condition.
Yeah.
Well, we've been going about 4 hours now, and no one came in.
Yeah, what's going on today? What's special MGTOW day? Nobody's
Yeah, no one wanted to come in and talk about like special Father's Day mgtow.
Sunday. Everyone's kind of like,
They know I'm anti-father. It's like, yeah, no one wants to.
oh, I think so. Yeah.
It's not appropriate to be. I tried not to do that today, where I was anti-fatherhood, like because it's inappropriate. They can have their day too, and I hope they're having a great day.
It's a strong red pill. It's a strong red pill. That's what it is.
Yeah, they can eat those cakes, the ice cream cakes from the Dairy Queen that their wife's going to bring them.
Yeah.
I hope they.
Yeah. Fictional world, and I think that's the main thing. And it's too painful to work your way out of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it is, but they do. It seems like they do.
Yeah. We hope they're doing good and everything. And
yeah,
it'd be nice if we lived in a perfect world. In that perfect world, fathers were appreciated, and that would be a great thing. I'd still be a father, but we don't live in that perfect world, and kids only hate you for what you're not, and women aren't trustworthy.
no, Schopenhauer said it. They're cunning, and
they're cunning and crafty, and nowadays they're allowed to be too. They can get baby daddy number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and move on from you just because you like didn't provide all the necessary jewelry and glimmer. Yeah, that's how they measure like love. It's in like useless stuff that they can have.
yeah, whatever gives them security.
Yeah, house security. Yeah.
Yeah, luxury. That's what they want.
Luxury. Yeah, they want to.
Yeah. Oh well, that's the reality we live in. That's why we walk away, and all the Simpsons are forgiven.
Oh, the Simpsons are.
And go your own way. How do
Way.
you say it? How do you say it? Oh, your Simpsons are forgiven.
All your Simpsons are forgiven. Go your own way. Make them go your own way. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you said that to me. I remember I was like bitching about something. You're like, oh, your Simpsons are forgiven. And like, okay, thanks, Joe. I just needed to hear it from the priest.
Simpsons are forgiven.
The MGTOW priest. I needed to hear that.
Yeah, that was my sarcasm for religion. Now I believe in Camus, and all your Simpsons are forgiven.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Thanks for being mgtow. Yeah.
We should try. We should try to squeeze in like 4 more minutes though, or 3.5 minutes gets us to 4 hours.
4 hours. I was just thinking that I was trying to squeeze it out till 4.5 for
squeeze it out to over 4. Yeah, so we'll just have to talk about Hoka. We talk about Hoka and his what's his next. Well, he did Erie in night. So Erie was 87.
Yeah. So
what's the next one?
He jumped again this week, and then I think he's going to Australia to do something amazing.
yeah, that's top secret. I think.
Top secret. He's gonna swim the bay there, or.
Yeah, he's gonna fight like 10 kangaroos at once.
Yeah, it could be. Like herding kangaroos. Hoka's gonna herd all the kangaroos in Australia and put them in a certain area.
Yeah. So we'll wait for that. And, yeah.
It's just hard to know where he's going to show up around the world and do something amazing.
Yeah. The second coming of Hoka.
The second coming of, yeah. He was in China just a few weeks ago, and all the people ran out of that building. There was an earthquake, and then Hoka stopped it.
Yeah, he's something, huh? I remember listening to him and like Howard Dare or something. They were like on one of your podcasts or something.
Yeah.
This is years ago. This has got to be.
That was years ago. God,
7, 8, 9 years ago or something. I don't even know.
He might
But
want to
Zeta
spend.
started it, yeah, and
Yeah,
then you took it over it.
I took it. Yeah, he gave it to me, and then I stuck with it for all those years. And
Yeah, but Dare and Hoka, they're pretty funny because I don't think either of them are MGTOW.
yeah, Howard, it was Howard Hoka, and who else was on that podcast? Oh, was it no FSM was on the house with
No,
Hoka with Howard Dare, and he just got Howard, shut up, Howard. He kept telling Howard, shut up. That's a fun.
hopefully SFM will come on soon.
Yeah, he'll come back. I hope he's living a decent life. And
Yeah, yeah, I think he's overthinking some things, which is okay, I guess. But don't get stuck in there. I wouldn't get stuck in that overthinking. I mean, it's good to
yeah,
do some
don't overthink
stressing,
it.
but yeah, don't get too
It's
like
easier than
try
you
to
think.
come to- I would say just because of course it's a predatory world, and that but don't be like Element and go plant a tomato tree under a bridge. I mean, I know
Yeah,
he. I don't know. I don't know if Element was joking about that, but that's just you don't want to stay there. Like enjoy your life, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to be miserable, But who
yeah,
cares? Screw that. Just enjoy your life.
yeah. Just enjoy your life. Yeah. Jeff Burns says Hoka is going to be down in Australia. He's going to jump the Harbor Bridge. Oh man, I can't wait. On a 10
Well,
speed.
he did it. Yeah, on a 10 speed. Yeah, he can't do it on a moped. He already did the moped
Do it on a
thing.
moped. I think he's going to do it on a 10 speed.
Yes. 10 speed or nothing.
Yeah. He had the book, How to Knock Out a Girl with the 10 speed.
Yeah, he was trying to get dates with that moped. That's why he bought it originally.
Yeah. Yeah. He's cruising around just, hey, hey.
Yeah.
We got like 600 kids.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
six speed. He says the 6 speed.
He's I guess he's managing that Steak and Shake in Lorraine, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to manage the steak and say.
Yeah. Well, we got to 4 hours, so it's and we got to 4 hours, and we got to 12 o'clock Central Time. You're 1 o'clock your time, right?
Right. Yeah. Now look, RP shows up in the last. He's been lurking the whole time.
RP's in here. Where's he?
Yeah. He's been lurking the whole time.
Oh, so now he's in. Now he must have took his nap, and now he's up all night.
Yeah. He says he's been listening for 3 hours. For the last hour.
He's been listening. Hopefully we yeah.
So I'm going to shut this thing down. And thanks for Joey to come around. And we just shoot the shit today. We were just talking about. We didn't have a specific topic, but it's okay. We just shoot the shit and talk about our lives and what works and what don't. And it all comes back to our mgtow attitudes and our philosophy on life and how to stay happy and amongst the heathens. And that's about it. I want to say thanks for everybody coming in, Jeff and RP and John, and who else was in today?
A lot of guys. Macintosh was in. Values was in. Hank.
Bearings was in.
JK. Yeah,
JK. Values and
even Luigi was in today.
Thanks for coming around.
Well, I don't think we want to thank him for being here, but no, that's okay. Luigi's always welcome. Anybody's welcome.
He's been getting better, so I think.
Yeah, I think so. I was going to say the same thing. He seems like he's maturing a lot, and that's good to see.
Yeah, there is another flow. I don't know who that is, but he's a new guy, and keep coming around. Black Phil's secret agent, and Black Wolf, or what's it?
Black Wolf was in. Yeah, he said.
Black Wolf was in, and Jigsaw, and
yeah.
So all the guys were stopped by, and thanks for coming around. Without the community, there wouldn't be nowhere to hang around and be a mgtow. And that's what's important. When we have a community, we keep our community, and we start trying to grow our community and just be nice to each other. And we don't have to be casually cruel to each other like the rest of the world. We can just, treat each other nice, and because we don't have the stress and all that garbage that comes along with trying the mating game and the group gender dynamics and all that. So, with that, got anything you want to say?
No, I'll just say like just find something that makes you happy. Like I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to. Life. You don't get caught up in the weeds of life. With the it's a predatory world. Yeah, we acknowledge it, but then you got to move on from that and say, okay, what do I want out of life? Don't worry about validation and all this kind of stuff. Like I think RP was saying, like we don't seek external validation. So we're not worried about this stuff. So just find something. It could be one. Like I went to the Grand Canyon, right? That kind of changed my whole perspective on a lot of things. So just find something that you enjoy out of life, and you don't have to be have this desperate attitude about things, because that's
Get a plan.
that's yeah, yeah. Enjoy your life. Enjoy your life. Do what you enjoy, and you gotta
I'm gonna do that this year. I swear to God, I'm gonna
yeah.
pedal down to the Ozarks and
Don't feel guilty for enjoying your life. I would say that. Don't feel guilty
yeah,
for having enjoyment. In life.
because that's what they really want to take from you.
Of course, they don't want you to enjoy your life. They want you to be a slave. But anyway, yeah, I'll just say that that's my
Okay,
last.
that's your last statement, and thanks a lot for coming around, and most of all, thanks a lot for being a MGTOW. MGTOWs.